Your Honor,
Yes.
would you like the witness to go ahead and take the stand or wait?
She can take this now. This is Ms. Jackson from yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey Holmes, find me a 3-bedroom home in Atlanta, near a Whole Foods. Show me the kitchens. Ready to see what you will find with Holmes AI?
All right.
Y'all may be seated. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present, who is attorney to say is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for being here early. And thank you for your patience. Sometimes we have, delays here and there, but we're trying to move things along as best we can, okay? So thank you. Yesterday, the state was still in the process of examining Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, you are still under oath, okay?
Okay.
Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, you are the same Ms. Jackson that was testifying yesterday afternoon, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember where your address was in November of 2020?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember where you lived or what area you lived in?
I stayed between the Oak Cliff and like the crossing of Oak Cliff and Duncanville area.
And where's that in relationship to like the courthouse? Is that close to here, far?
I would say about 15 minutes. It's a 15-minute drive. It's not too far.
Do you remember the route that you would take to get to, from your apartment to I-35?
I would go down Ledbetter. I think that's Ledbetter. Mm-hmm.
Someone was driving, this was
I didn't even know.
parking spot wall?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain why that was important for your apartment complex?
My apartment complex wanted us to log the license plate.
Did you,
So he sent the license plate and I logged the license plate into the log.
did you ever see the car that he was driving that day?
I don't recall that I did, no.
When you would see him drive, what kind of car would he drive?
He would drive a Corvette.
Do you happen to
It was
remember?
like a Stingray, I think. It was a convertible, a sports car.
Do you remember if he was driving a sports car the day of November 10th and 11th?
I don't think I remember if I knew what car he was in.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Jackson, I'm gonna show you some photos and let me know if you recognize these individuals. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1003A. Do you recognize this as Devin Brown?
Yes,
Yesterday you said that you would call him Chicago. Is that correct?
correct.
This is the same photo, just larger.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 1004A, do you recognize this as being Jerry Johnson?
Sustained.
Do you know who this is?
yes,
Who is that?
that's Jerry.
Okay, Jerry Johnson.
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 1005A, do you recognize this person?
that's Yellow.
Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Is that also known as Marquise Conway?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 1006A, do you recognize this person?
That's Freddie.
When you say Freddie, is that Trap Boy Freddie?
Correct.
Sustained.
And lastly, in State's Exhibit 1007, who is this?
That's Theo.
Do you know Theo's nickname?
I mean, I call him Theo.
1007A.
I know him by Theo, but
Theo.
he got a nickname.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 1003A, 1004A, 1005A, 1006A, 1007A for all purposes.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this is, we've been saying a lot of names in this trial. This will help aid the jury in understanding who the parties are that we are speaking about.
Any other?
Some of these names we have not said, Your Honor. So, okay, so.
Your Honor, that will be developed throughout the rest of the testimony. But these are individuals that she has recognized and can authenticate that their faces and their names.
All right, defendant's objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 1003A through 1007A are admitted for all purposes.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Okay. Who I'm posting now, this is Devin Brown, AKA Chicago. This is the father to your two boys, is that right?
Correct.
104, this is Jerry Johnson, you know Jerry?
Yes.
One 1005A, this is Yellow Beezy.
Correct.
1006A, this is Trap Boy Freddy.
Correct.
And 1007A, this is
I'm
Theodore
going to
Thomas.
object, Your Honor, it's only known by Theo.
Correct.
I'm going to object, she only knows him by Theo.
I know him by Theodore too. I went to school with him.
Okay. This Theo, does he go by any other name?
Jose Bodega, Your Honor.
Yes, I was asking the witness.
Oh, sorry.
I call him Theodore. He has a nickname, which is a rap name, but I went to school with him, so I don't call him his rap name. I call him Theo,
Theo?
but I know his name is Theodore.
Theodore. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Now, how do you know these individuals?
I went to school with 3 of them.
Which
And
three?
I went to school with Jerry, I went to school with Theo, and I went to school with Yellow. And of course, I have kids by my child's father, and I know Freddie from just the internet.
I'm
Now,
sorry, who did you go to school with?
I went to school with Jerry Johnson, Marquise Conway, and Theodore Thomas.
Thank you.
in 1003A, that's being on the screen, that's Devin Brown, right? That's your child's father?
Correct.
Okay. And this is, you said that y'all met in 2011?
Correct.
Now, were you and Devin, I'm sorry. Now, 1005A, is that who you went to school with?
Yes.
And did you go to school the whole time, or did you stay in that high school the whole time?
No, I didn't.
What other high schools did you go to?
I graduated from the Beginnings Christian Academy. I didn't graduate from Lancaster. I went to Lancaster probably 3 years.
Did Devin, do you know what high school Devin went to?
He went to DeSoto High School. He went to Lancaster, I believe, his freshman year, but I met him when I was going to my other school.
And did Devin know Yellow BZ or Marquise Conway?
Yes,
How did he know him?
from school and from his associates.
Now, during this time, earlier you had testified that there was a public rap beef between Mo3 and Yellow BZ. Is that correct?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 834. Yesterday, you testified that on November 17th, you went to the Dallas Police Department and did a consent to search your cell phone as well as your son's cell phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, what was the reason that you wanted to do that?
I was just there to assist with the case, give them my phone if they wanted to go through my phone, talk to them about him leaving my house, and just give them any information that they needed.
Can you see the date that's written on here? This is an extraction report, a cell bite extraction report. You see where it says cell bite up here?
Yes,
An extraction report.
yes.
You see that this date is, well, what date is this?
Objection, the witness is reading from a piece of paper that's not even evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall your telephone number at that time?
No,
Do you recall your email address?
I have several email addresses. I probably do.
It's JocelynJackson@yahoo.com, one of them?
Yes.
You said you would sometimes communicate with Devin through Trey's phone, is that right?
If he had me blocked.
So at one point, you said you had you blocked. Did Devin block you at some point?
He blocked me, I believe, in September of 2020.
And so because he had blocked you on your phone, sometimes you would message him off of Trey's phone?
Yes,
You had access to Trey's phone?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 838. Do you recognize this photo?
No,
Do you recognize, or do you know what Trey had Devin saved in his phone?
Dad.
Dad, okay. And you said you called Devin Chicago, is that right?
Correct.
He's from Chicago,
Correct,
has a Chicago area code.
correct.
Do you recall this as being Devin's phone number?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember taking a screenshot of Trey's cell phone for detectives?
yes, I did.
Do you remember that there were phone calls between Devin and Trey on November 10th and then November 11th?
I only found out on November 11th that there were phone calls.
Okay. And November 10th that there were phone calls from Devin to Trey. Is that correct?
Correct,
And in State's Exhibit 839, we see the same name as Dad with a green heart. Is that correct?
correct,
The same number from State's Exhibit 838. Is that right?
correct.
And the incoming phone calls from Devin to Trey on November.
Object to it again, when she's having a witness sponsor a piece of paper or a picture behind that.
Well, ask the witness to identify what's in the photo. Don't tell her what's in the photo.
Okay, but you can't identify what's in the photos. Is that right?
Yes,
And in State's Exhibit 840, again, do you recognize what's the contents of these photos?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 838, 839, and 840, which are photos for all purposes.
What was 839 again?
Photos of the cell phone, screenshot of the cell phone.
Screenshot of Trey's cell phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to State Exhibit 838. Initially, when you asked the witness said she didn't even know what this was and couldn't recognize it. And 838, 9, and 840. So, improper identification.
Okay, they're talking about 838 through 840 is improper identification or just
Authentication.
838?
838, 839, and 840.
Okay. Let me see 838. Is that the one with Chicago's phone number on it that the witness recognized?
I think she asked you about 839, not 830, 830.
Okay. The witness stated that that's Chicago's phone number, which is Chicago area code. Is that your recollection?
For 839 and 840.
838. And 839 appears to be a screenshot that she took. Is that what the witness said?
Yes, Your Honor.
About Trey's phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
And basically the 840, what was 840?
It was again a screenshot of Trey's phone.
Okay, taken by this witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense objections are overruled.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe
Commissioner Public.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 838. We see that this was the screenshot that you took of Trey's phone. Is that right?
yes,
Says Dad, and we know that Dad was saved in Trey's phone. That was Devin.
correct,
This was his telephone number, the 312-623-8475.
correct,
We see that there was an incoming call on November 10th at 6:35 PM. Is that right?
correct,
On State's Exhibit 839, we still see that same name that's saved as Dad and that same telephone number as State's Exhibit 838. Is that correct?
correct.
And then the incoming calls, what time were these incoming calls coming in on November 10th? Can you see that?
Yes, 6:57 PM, 6:54 PM, and 6:36 PM.
looking at State's Exhibit 840, we see that it's a screenshot of the calls that Devin was calling Trey on November 11th. Is that right?
Yes,
And what time were those calls coming in at?
10:48 a.m., 10:49, and 11:21 a.m.
And at this time, was Devin having much communication with Trey?
Honestly, I don't know. If they talked to their dad on their phone, it wasn't nothing that I was asking about. I didn't. So if they talked to him, they talked to him.
Yesterday, you testified that Devin asked Trey to go to breakfast with him on November 11th. Is that right?
Correct.
You said no.
Yes.
And again, why did you say no?
He had me blocked since September, and I believe that he hadn't seen my boys in a while, so I was just like, no, they can't go, and it was just on a Wednesday, so I was like, no.
Was that out of the ordinary with Devin?
Yeah.
Yesterday, you had said that something didn't seem right once you found out that Melvin was killed. Is that right?
Correct.
What was going through your mind with all the events that were going on that morning and with Trey?
I think that I just,
Speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's her presence is an impression of what was going on that day.
She's gonna speculate to anything, Your Honor, and object.
She testified yesterday that she contacted police because of what happened.
Right, but you're asking her, to express, speculative feelings.
Your Honor, it's her presence and impression after the person that she has a romantic relationship with, she's found out that he's been shot on the
Objection
freeway.
to speaking.
I'm explaining how it's a presence and impression.
Go ahead.
At that moment, she's found out now that the person she has a romantic relationship with has been shot on the freeway. It's her present sense impression of what is taking place and the reason for why she came forward to the police. It's not speculation. It's why she ended up doing what she did and why she came forward to the police.
Okay,
The police didn't
now,
come
if
to her.
that's what she's going to testify to, then I'll allow that, but if she's going to speculate about what may have happened, or, what could have happened, then I'm not allowing that.
And if
So
that-
if you're tailoring it to why she went to the police,
Okay.
then that's fine.
I went to the police because I feel like my kid's father has something to do
I'm
with
gonna
it.
object to speculation again.
Your Honor, she's answering the question that's exactly.
Overall, go ahead. What was your answer?
I knew, I just knew, my intuition told me,
That Devin had something to do with this.
yes.
And did you reach out to Devin to ask him about that?
I asked my son first. I asked my son if his daddy asked if Melvin was at my house. That's how it went. My intuition picked up, and I asked my son, had he talked to his daddy, asked if he was at my house, and my son told me yes.
When you say he, you're talking about that Melvin was at your house?
My son told me that he told that his dad asked if Melvin was at his.
Sir, are you part of this team? Because I can hear your voice all the way from here. Or are you,
Yes,
I mean, who's taking on the witness?
No,
Because I can hear you from here.
We'll make sure that-
So we need to come to whisper to counsel, but I don't want to hear several voices. Okay. All right, so as to hearsay,
what the little boy was about to say, or was telling his mother. That's what she was testifying.
that's the same.
So because of what Trey told you, you reached out to Devin, is that right?
Yes,
Now, we met earlier this month, is that right?
yes,
And we went over some text messages between you and Devin, is that right?
Correct.
Do you recall those text messages?
I didn't remember until you showed me, honestly. It's been so long.
Just briefly look at these messages and see if you, don't read them out loud, but just see if you recall having this conversation with Devin. And you can flip the pages if you need to.
I'm great, right?
You are.
Okay.
Do you remember that conversation? You recall that conversation?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember your son's telephone number?
No.
If I show you something to refresh your memory from your cell phone extraction where it has your son's telephone number, would you recognize what you would put Trey's name in your phone?
Yes.
What did you have? Well, what do you remember what you had Trey's number in your phone or name?
Sunshine.
Sunshine?
Mhm.
You said you had him as Sunshine?
Yes.
Do you recall that being his number?
Yes.
Okay. And it's last digits ending in 7433?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 1135A. Earlier, you testified to State's Exhibit 838 that Chicago's number was that 312 number. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this number, we see that there's a 469 number that's ending in 7433. Do you recognize that number?
That's Trey's phone.
That's Trey's phone.
Mhm.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 135A would be text messages between Devin and your son Trey. Is that right?
Correct.
But on looking at State's Exhibit 1135, you recognize these messages as your communication to Devin. Is that right?
Yes.
Here at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 1135A for record purposes and 1135 for all purposes.
Any objections?
One second, Your Honor. No objections till 11:35 or 11:35 a.m.
Thank you. Text exhibits 11:35A and 11:35 were admitted. 11:35A for record purposes only.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
Any other questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, can I just have just a few moments? Thank you, Your Honor. Interesting. You said you didn't remember what your telephone number was at the time,
No.
correct?
No.
Okay. And looking at State Exhibit 834, you recognize that says Jocelyn Jackson, Apple iPhone 11. Is that
Yes,
correct? Does that help refresh your recollection as what your telephone number was on November or in November of 2020?
maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that's my number. I change my number a lot.
Okay. Fair. Do you recognize your email address?
Yes,
Okay. So you recognize this as being from what you gave police officers on November 11th of 2020 when you consented to the search of your phone?
yes,
And do you also, in preparation for trial, we did go over certain contacts that were in your phone. Do you recall that?
yes.
Okay. one of those contacts that was Chicago's telephone number, is that right?
Correct.
And that's that 312 number?
Yes.
As well as, do you recall, earlier you testified that you called Melvin Momo, is that right?
Yes.
And does this help refresh your recollection about the telephone number that you would use to communicate with him?
Yes.
And you also see that your son's name is listed as Sunshine and his number, is that right?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 836, do you recognize this as a conversation with you and Trey?
Yes.
What is that?
State's Exhibit 836?
Right.
And this came from your cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
Says Jocelyn Jackson and with Sunshine,
Yes.
that's Trey. Your telephone number was 469-773-0062.
Yes.
Trey's telephone number was 469-773-7433. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And did you recognize the conversations between you and Trey? This would have been November 10th of 2020 through November 11th.
Yes.
Do you want to review that? And you did say that Devin asked if he could come get the boys for breakfast, is that right?
Yes.
And that Trey asked your permission for that?
Correct.
And did Trey text that or ask through text messages?
Yes.
And sometimes y'all would text with each other?
Yes.
And around what time did he text you to ask to go to?
I believe she set the time from document not committed to evidence.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was around 10.
Last time, the upper states is at 8:34, 8:35, and 8:36 for reference purposes. Sorry, all purposes.
8:34, 8:35, and 8:36.
Yes, Your Honor, for all purposes.
What was 8:35?
8:35 were the contacts, the select contacts in Jocelyn Jackson's phone.
No objections to State's Exhibit 8:34, 8:35, and 8:36, Your Honor.
Thank you. 6 exhibits 834, 835, and 836 are admitted for all purposes.
Ms. Olson, you said that when you found out that Devin knew that Melvin was at your apartment, you texted him, is that right?
Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to publish 1135?
You may.
There's a screen to your left, if that's easier for you to see. All right, now you said that your number, or you recall that your number is
Can you
469.
do that in for members of the jury?
Sorry,
I don't think the jurors can see it.
you said that your number was 469-773-7433, is that right?
That's Trey's number.
Trey's number, and so Trey's messages would be in blue. Is that
Correct.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that 312-623-8475, that would be responses from Chicago or Devin. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said you received a phone call around 12, around 12 that Melvin had been killed. Is that
Correct.
right? And so from there you started texting Devin.
Yes.
And what did you tell Devin?
All my kids, you did.
Why did you say that to him?
Because I knew that he had something to do with it.
On page 44 of 1135, you texted him again. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you say?
You did, B-word.
Picture this: sleeping bag, living room, dominoes.
Or 2:40 p.m. saying, lame ass bitch, you've been having my kids around MFs, know something like this can happen. No one gets beef out there in the city. I really don't understand. You think you so smart. You dumb AF. That could have been my kids. Stupid hoe. I never gave AF about you or anything you do or who you do it with. I just prayed my kids safe because you dumbass keep up around some mess. Bitch, they could have got killed and got the nerve to try to put this shit on me. Nigga, fuck you and everything you stand for. It's up, I promise you. What was he talking about? You said that there was beef, right?
Yes.
How did you respond?
I said I hope they kill him. People were saying that I had something to do with it. I was furious. I was pissed.
Did you have anything to do with this?
No.
And that's why you messaged Devin, right?
Correct.
You were upset. Is that correct?
I was angry.
And in fact, you messaged him a lot after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
At 5:40, what did you tell him?
You did that for what? To be accepted by some niggas who don't care about you? That's fucked up. You know better. You know you wrong. You hurt me for real on my kids. You wrong. You so bitter and miserable. My kids will never see you again. You wrong. You're so wrong.
And then lastly, you messaged.
Why?
Did Devin ever respond?
No.
You want to just have one moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ms. Jackson, I'll pass the witness. Glad to see you. Ms. Jackson,
You talked about your relationship with Mo3,
Yes,
and you called him Momo.
correct.
Okay. And you said you knew him for since 2017.
17, yes.
And how often did y'all talk in 2017?
Sporadically,
What's sporadic?
every now and then.
And what's
Not a
every
lot,
now and then?
not a lot.
Like once a month, once every.
Maybe, I don't remember.
And 2018, was it still sporadic that y'all talked?
I don't remember.
You don't remember how many times you were talking or the conversations?
No,
Were they consistent?
no, I don't think so. Not in 2018, no.
In 2019, how often would you talk about?
When we started talking, I talked to him often.
So you started talking to him in 2020, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you dated him for about 4 months.
About 3 to 4 months, yeah.
You said that you probably started dating him back in August of 2020?
I think, I don't remember.
You don't remember when you started dating?
I think it was July.
July? And where were you living in July 2020?
In Duncanville. Duncanville across Oak Cliff area, Duncanville. It's, when you cross Duncanville, you're going to Oak Cliff.
Were you living in the same apartments that you were on November 11th, 2020?
Yes,
How long had you been in those apartments from November 11th, 2020? Like, when did you move into those apartments?
I don't remember. I know my lease wasn't up. I had to move and everything happened, so I know it wasn't a long time that I was over there.
But you were there in July 2020.
Yes,
Is that the only place that Mo3 or Momo would come visit you?
yes.
And how would you describe your feelings toward Mo3?
I liked him. We was friends.
Did you love him?
I had love for him, yes. I wasn't in love.
And when you and Mo3 were dating, how many times would he come over to your house?
We had just started dating, so he probably he came to my house several times.
Was less than 5?
No, it was more than 5.
Less than 10?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No,
Was he coming over your house like once a week?
I don't recall. No, I don't think so. It wasn't once a week.
How many times do you think you saw Mo3 during the time y'all were dating?
I saw him often.
Where the jury can have an understanding, what is often?
I don't recall.
Did you see him more than once a month?
Yes,
Did you see him more than twice a month?
maybe. It was only 3 months that we was talking.
Is it 3 months or 4 months?
I said I didn't recall earlier. I said between 3 and 4 months.
And when he would come over to your house, what cars would he drive?
He would drive a Corvette.
Did he drive any other cars?
I had only seen him in a Corvette.
Do you remember that he was in a brown Honda Accord the day of November 11th, 2020?
I said earlier I didn't recall. I don't remember seeing that car.
When you said that you live in an apartment complex that you have to put a decal on the car where it won't get towed, I imagine, correct?
Correct.
What is that process you would have to go through?
You would have to put the license plate number in.
And would you have like decals in your house that you would have to go out put the license plate in yourself, or would you have to actually go to the office to get a decal?
It's the online system. So the person would actually just send the license plate, their license plate number, and you put their license plate number in. So to register their vehicle so it can get towed.
And you remember you had to do that day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he wasn't in the black car that day, right?
I got his license plate number. So I don't recall what car he was in.
And do you remember that on November 9th or 10th, he was in California?
Yes,
And he had texted you and said, hey, I wanna come over.
yes,
And he needed your address, right?
correct. I don't recall him asking for my address. I don't remember.
You don't remember telling the officers that I had to text him my address?
It's been so long ago. I don't remember. No, I don't.
Would it surprise you that you had to text him your address?
I mean, I wouldn't expect him to know about heart. He wasn't from that side of town, so it wouldn't.
Okay, so he didn't come see you that often.
He wasn't from that side of town.
And, well, if you would agree with me that someone that came to see you often wouldn't need your address, right?
I would assume if he was leaving from the airport that he would if he was in California. So that could be why he asked for my address.
Do you know what airport he arrived in?
No, I don't. I knew he was flying in from California. He said that he was coming to my home. So maybe that's why he asked for my address.
And he arrived at your house about 1 p.m., right?
I don't remember. I think it was even earlier than that.
Now, during this time, just kind of going back with your relationship with him, were you the only person he was dating?
I don't recall. I didn't ask.
But you have been on, you don't know if you're the only person he was dating.
No.
Isn't it true he was dating multiple women?
He could have been. He's the artist. He could have been.
Isn't it true that you have actually had some interactions or heard that you actually had some interactions with some of those women who said?
Your Honor, can project your relevancy?
Same.
Remember, she's given that aspect that she was like the only person that he was dating, and no one else knew her address and stuff. And Your Honor, as it relates to your relationship,
Mm-hmm.
you've been on different internet sites, right, and different podcasts.
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about your relationship with Mo3, right?
Correct.
And you talked about how you and him were, you described your relationship in various ways. Is that true to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you and him were hanging out on, and let's talk about Devin, the whole parenting. Devin was trying to be in his children's life, right?
Devin was trying to be in his children's life when it was convenient for him.
And you and Devin had dated for quite some time.
Yes.
And you would say that it wasn't the best feelings, like y'all wasn't, you weren't cordial, right?
We had got to some point in the relationship where we were cordial.
But he had you blocked and you had him blocked at times, right?
He had me blocked when we would get into arguments, yes.
And he said you had been blocked on his phone since September 2020?
Yes.
Did you have him blocked?
No.
And he still had the ability to talk to his children on their phone, right?
Correct.
And there were times that, as you just indicated to the prosecutor, you don't know when he was talking to your children.
Right.
And you don't know if he was talking to them every day, do you?
I didn't ask. That's their relationship with their father. So that's why they had a phone.
So you don't know what type of special relationship or love your children had for them, do you?
I do.
They love their father, right?
Right.
In fact, you would agree with me that a child who doesn't like their father or doesn't like a parent wouldn't want to go to lunch with them, right?
Say the question again.
A child
No problem.
that doesn't like,
Your Honor, we reject his speculation.
Oh,
a child that doesn't like their parent or father would not want to go to lunch with them, right?
All right,
But your son Trey wanted to go to lunch with him on November 11th, right?
correct.
Your man approached the recorder for evidence. And you said Mo3 got to your house about 1 p.m. on November 10th, right?
I said I didn't recall. It could have been earlier than that.
But he was there in the early afternoon. Is that right?
I don't recall.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 838 that's been admitted into evidence. And this is a screenshot of your son's phone that you have taken and given to the detective, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it just has your son talking to his dad at 6:35 p.m. for 14 seconds, right?
Yes.
And how old was your son at the time?
He was 8 years old.
He had just celebrated a birthday, right?
No,
When was his birthday?
my youngest son had just celebrated the birthday.
And your youngest.
Oh, no, my oldest son did just celebrate a birthday. His birthday was November 1st, I'm sorry.
And when is your youngest son's birthday?
September 18th.
And then I'm showing you Exhibit 839 that's been admitted to evidence, and it's a phone call from 6:36, 6:54, and 6:57, right? And they're all income, correct?
Yes,
And that's Devin Brown to your son, right?
correct.
All right. And then on November 11th, there's a phone call at 10:48 a.m., correct?
Yes,
10:49 a.m., right?
correct,
And 11:21.
correct.
Now, Mo3 had spent the night at your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many bedrooms did you have?
I had two,
Who all lived with
me and my kids.
you? And your kids were in one part of the house and you were in another part of the apartment, correct?
Yes,
And where was Mo3 the entire time he was taking place?
in my room.
In your bedroom?
Yes,
In fact, I think showing it again, 836 admitted into evidence. State's exhibit. And your son is texting you, can I get some Roblox, right?
yes,
And that's at 2:39 on November 10th. Is it fair to say that Mo3 was already at your house?
yes,
All right. And same day at 2:39, you said not yet. Can you tell the jury what is Roblox?
Robux.
Roblox.
It's like a kid game. They gave for Robux, I guess.
And he said, no, not, you said, no, not yet. And then your son turns around and says, okay, when you're done.
Yes,
Are you in your room then?
right.
Are you with Mo3 then? Okay. And you turn around and say, yeah. Is that right? I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Okay. And then sometimes later on at 8:58 p.m. that night, there's like a okay sunshine, okay. From a conversation at 2:40. Is anything deleted between here and there? Between those
no, it
conversations?
could have been a delayed message.
Okay. And he texts you at 8:58 and says, good night, love you. Is
Right,
that right? And you text back and says, good night, I love you too. Are you in your bedroom at that time?
yeah,
And are you still with Mo3 in the bedroom?
yeah,
Okay. And then we're gonna go to 11:10's, said something is read.
That's him reacting to the message, I believe.
Okay, and 8:59 on November 10th, 2020, he said okay again, right?
Domino's new s'mores lava cakes are only $6.99 when I mix and match. Which means they're
November 11th, 2020. At 10:54, your son says, can daddy get us something to eat, get something to eat or something, right? Basically, he wants to go to eat with his father.
Yeah,
Okay. And you say no, right?
yeah, no,
Okay. And it's fair to say Mo3 is still there.
huh?
Mo3 is still at your house on November 10th.
You're asking me that?
Yes.
Was he, yeah, he was still there.
Okay. And you're still in the bedroom with Mo3, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And he texts back at 10:58 a.m. and says, okay. Then he writes back at 11:09, can I get breakfast? And that's pretty much, is he trying to say, can you go in the kitchen and get some food then?
Yes,
Okay. And you write back and say, yeah. Is that true?
true.
Okay. And he turns back and says, okay. Is that right?
Right.
And then, let's go with this. You said, do your work. That's what you're telling me, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's on November 11th at 11:23, but he doesn't read it till 11:46. Is that
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
On November 11th, November 10th, that was a Tuesday and Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Were your children in school then?
Virtually, it was COVID.
It was public,
Mhm.
okay. And on those particular days, they could leave out, right? They could leave school.
They was in school virtually, so they were doing virtual work on their tablet.
Okay. And,
Mhm.
And your son's birthday was November 1st, right?
Right.
Do you recall having a birthday party for, your son?
No.
Do you recall Mo3 wanting to come to a birthday party if he had it?
That was my youngest son, Duke,
Okay.
in September.
And he wanted to come to make Devin mad, right?
Yeah,
And you didn't think that was best, right?
correct.
Did he come to, your youngest son's birthday party?
He ended up showing up.
Was Devin there?
No,
But he came to, and he told you to make,
he showed up. I told him that he couldn't come, and he showed up enough. I don't even know how he knew where I was at. He showed up to the party,
who showed up?
Melvin.
And you didn't want him to be there.
I told him that he couldn't come to my son's party because of my son's dad affiliation with Yellow Beeksy. And his
Okay, so
friends.
you're not responsive.
Can she finish answering it without an interruption?
She did.
Okay.
So when, it's fair to say, now who bought these cell phones for, your children?
I did.
Okay. And in some of your text messages with Devin, didn't you say, hey, look, you only see them, 3 weeks at a time?
I told him that he only sees them when it's convenient for him. Yes, correct.
Okay, so it's not uncommon or unless, that Devin is in your son's or your children's life, right?
He was in their life. It was just when it was convenient for him.
Okay. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for him to want to, spend time with them, right?
It was uncommon because it was on a random Wednesday in the morning, and I know my child's father, and that was random.
Now, there was a time that Mo3 had posted a picture on Facebook of your son wearing his jersey, is that right?
A video, yes.
A video. And when did this occur?
This occurred before my youngest son's birthday, when he wanted to come to the party.
And he was doing this to antagonize Devin, wasn't
I don't know what he was doing it for. I felt like it was.
he? You felt like Mo3 was antagonizing Devin?
I don't feel like it was to antagonize him. I feel like it was to, I guess, show that he was talking to me. I don't know. But at that time, I did feel like it was a pick.
And you talked about, you have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
On the text messages in 11, Stacy's at 11:35, that was admitted to evidence. You and Devin are going back and forth with conversation, right? Is that fair to say?
Can I see it?
That witness, Joe? I think I'll do better than I'll do. Post it right here.
What is the business?
11:36 to 11:35.
Oh, yeah.
Is it fair to say, how would you describe your parenting skills? Do you think you would do well in co-parenting?
Not with him, no.
Okay. In fact, when he doesn't do anything you like, you start threatening him like you're not gonna see your kids, right?
He wasn't gonna see my kids because he was trying to see them when it's convenient for him.
Okay. Well, my question to you, ma'am, is that when he doesn't do something you like, you threaten him and say you will never see your kids, right?
No,
You didn't say that in any of these text messages?
he hadn't seen my kids in
Okay.
probably 2 months. So that's why I was seeing it in those text messages.
Okay, you hadn't seen your kids in 2 months as of November.
As of September, when the video was posted, I was blocked and he hadn't been seeing my kids. So that's why, as you see on the messages, that's why I was talking to him the way that I was, because you're not gonna see my kids when it's convenient for you.
And you understand those are his kids too?
Huh?
You understand those are his children?
I understand that, but they're my children and my job is to protect my kids, and no one is gonna run in and out their life when it's convenient for them.
And to the point that even when your children want to see them, you say no.
To the point that my kids were in school virtually, and it was on a random Wednesday, yes, I said no.
I think the state is showing you this, Spaces at 11:35, your text messages with him. It's you doing most of the talking, right?
Yes,
Okay, and he's basically said, hey, look, we can go through. He knows that on 11/11/2020, you're talking about you're still childish and bitter, you don't even pay for haircuts, right?
yes,
All right, and then he said, I'm gonna show you, right?
correct.
Okay, and he says, my kids won't have respect for women when they get older. Why do you think he said that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, how about this? This was the day that you had been in the bedroom with Mo3 from November 10th to November 11th. Isn't that right?
Correct. We had started arguing.
Objection, no response, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And then you write back at some point saying, oh, my kids are dead, right?
Yep,
And you write back, you dead, bitch,
Yeah.
right? And right here, he says, can you read that for the jury? Can you read what he wrote?
Lame as bitch, you having my kids around motherfuckers knowing something like this can happen, knowing it's beef out here in the city. I really don't understand. You think you're so smart, you dumb as fuck. That could have been my kids, you stupid hoe. I never gave a fuck about you or anything you do or who you do it with. I just prayed my kids safe because your dumb ass keep them around some mess. Bitch, they could have been killed and got the nerve to try to put this shit on me. Fuck you and everything you stand for is up, I promise.
You testified earlier that Mo3 had been in some beefs, right?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me, a father would want to protect his kids, right?
Right.
And by having Mo3 over your house, that could be a safety issue, right?
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
And you knew conflict existed between Mo3 and a number of people in Dallas, right?
I knew that conflict existed, but I didn't really get into it, so I don't really think that I knew the depths of it.
Where did you and were you seeing anybody else during this time?
No,
So Mo3 was the only person you were seeing.
correct.
And do you know if Devin really did Devin want to be back with him?
No, I don't. Me and my kid's father didn't have a good relationship. I don't think that he wanted to be back with me. He was actually in a relationship himself. He had a girlfriend at the time.
But it's true that he didn't like Mo3 being over your house with his children. Is that right? Yes or no?
He didn't know, from my knowledge, I didn't know that he knew Mo3 was at my house until the video was posted. He never acknowledged it to me.
Not responsive, Your Honor.
He never acknowledged to me that anything about Melvin, even after the video was posted. I didn't talk to him, I was blocked. So there was never a conversation between us about him being at my home. Until the day that we were showing messages.
So you didn't talk to
I didn't talk to Devin.
You didn't
Devin
talk
didn't know, yeah.
but you would talk to Devin on your son's phone, right?
I wasn't communicating with him.
Okay. But I'm gonna answer my question, yes or no. On November 11th,
Yeah.
you're talking to Devin on your son's phone, right?
Correct,
In fact, y'all were having an argument, right?
correct,
And you were having an argument about him seeing his children, right?
correct.
And Mo3 was still at your house in the midst of this argument, right?
I think that he was gone during that time.
Do you remember telling the police officers that he left in the midst of your argument with Devin?
No, I don't recall.
And you've listened to some of Mo3's lyrics, right?
Correct.
And you know, in fact, you said that sometimes he carries a gun.
I didn't say that.
Okay. You never told the prosecutors that sometimes he has a gun with him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
Mm-mm.
You've seen pictures with him with a gun, right?
Yeah, videos, yeah,
And you've listened to his rap lyrics, right?
correct,
And in his rap lyrics, he talks about shooting people, right?
yeah,
And he talks about having a feud with people, right?
correct.
And he actually talks about there's a feud with Trap Boy Freddy going on, right?
And Yellow Beef, yeah.
Objection, non responsive. No. As a jury, disregard.
You will disregard the last comment from those who have that reason.
So ma'am, just answer my question as I ask it, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you knew Mo3 before he even got there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're familiar, in fact, you said, or have said that he allowed you to listen to some music of his before anyone else, right?
Correct.
All right. So you understand that many of his songs were not about church music, right?
I understand it, yes.
Okay. And a lot of his songs were threatening people, right?
Correct.
And what he was gonna do to people, correct?
Correct.
And some of his songs talked about things that have happened in the past to people, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, any other question?
You may. Ms. McIntosh, you have any?
Yes, John.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a short 15-minute break at this time?
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's come back at 10:45.
All right. All right.
We're back on the record will reflect that the defendant is present in the jury, stated presence. The jurors are present and seated, and the defense was still in the process of cross-examining Ms. Jackson. Madam President, would you may-
Ms. Jackson, I'm showing you defendants exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you recognize those photographs?
I recognize this one.
Which one did she not recognize?
Uh,
I recognize that one.
she said she recognized him for you.
Okay.
I recognize these. And I don't recognize this.
Is in defendants exhibit 2.
Yes,
And who is that?
that's Melvin Noble.
Okay, and who's in defendants exhibit 1?
Melvin Noble.
And defendants 3 through 6 is who?
I'm sorry.
Defendants 3 through 6, who is that in the photographs?
Which one is it right here?
3, 4, and 5, 6. Who's in the photographs?
This is Melvin.
Melvin Noble?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about which particular that she's talking about.
Okay.
Who's in three?
He's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Cheryl.
Oh, he's
In
the
all
same
of them.
person. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And do you believe this would aid the jury in making a determination in this case?
I assume.
Yes. Okay. And Mrs. Noble, you knew Melvin, right?
That's Miss Jackson.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, you knew Melvin, right?
Yes.
And you knew him for at least 3 years, right?
Mhm.
How old was he when he passed?
I think he was 28.
28 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew him before he made his first song, right? Or when he was making his albums, you knew him?
Yes.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and
1, 2, 6.
Manufacturer relevancy?
What's the relevance of those photos? What are they supposed to depict?
And I would ask the court to review the photos also.
Right. I may respond, the witnesses talked about his rap songs and shootings. They talked about, computer persona, his family, and they talked about how he was trying to antagonize Devin, that he had guns, and that, how she was trying to protect her kids from him. But this is, a situation where, given the light of how they've explained this to Noble, the jury, we would like an opportunity to show them his side.
Well, I think she's already testified that she's seen the videos with guns, the kind of rap. This is not, this is more, prejudicial than not. It doesn't,
Prejudicial to who?
I mean, this is not, what's the approach? Court finds them irrelevant at this point.
Ms. Jackson, I think there's been some discussion about your location, right?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know if Melvin Noble told anybody where you live, do you?
From my knowledge, no.
You Rainwater where you live, right?
I didn't know Rainwater knew where I lived until after.
You remember telling someone on a podcast, Rainwater, that Melvin Noble talked to Rainwater while he was at your location.
Yes,
And he told Rainwater where you were, right?
he told Rainwater that he was at my house, yes.
Okay. And you have later found out that Rainwater knew exactly where you lived, right?
I think Rainwater said that he knew where I lived, so I think, yes, I did. But at the time, no, I didn't know that he knew when we was talking.
And it's fair to say that if you didn't know that Rainwater knew where you live, you really don't know who had your address, right? Yes or no?
No,
And you don't know who Melvin Noble told where he was going to visit, where he was going to see you, right? Or what address he was going to, do you? You don't know.
no, I don't know that. Mm-mm.
And you had other visitors at your house, right?
Correct.
How many times has Devin been to your house?
He didn't come to my house often. He didn't come in my house. It wasn't he come in my house thing. He'll come to my house to pick up my boys. That was it.
And speaking of which, Melvin Noble would buy you gifts, right?
No.
Would he give you money?
Yes.
Okay, how much money would he give you sometimes?
A lot. I don't recall. It was a lot, probably thousands. I don't know.
And he would help you with your bills?
He would give me money.
Okay.
I
So
wouldn't necessarily say he was helping me with my bills.
well,
I had a job.
okay. Where were you working at the time?
I was doing medical insurance for Cardinal Health.
Were you off on that November 10th and November 11th, that Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yes.
And he would give you thousands at a time. So it's fair to say that you had some type of loyalty to Mel, right?
Yes.
You were benefiting from him, right?
I just, where the question on?
I'm asking, were you benefiting?
That's not why I had loyalty towards him. I just had loyalty towards him.
So when Devin Brown wanted to come pick up his son, you knew that Mo3 was there, right?
Yeah.
And Mo3 wouldn't like that, right?
He actually told me to let them go with him when he asked.
The same man that wanted to post a picture and antagonize your baby daddy, right?
Yes.
Devin is the same man that said, come let him get his son.
Yeah, he said, let him go. With that attitude, get breakfast. And I said, no.
And let's spend a little time on Rainwater. Who is Rainwater?
He's Melvin's manager.
And, or was his manager? And Brandon, his name is Brandon Rainwater, correct?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been Mo3's or Melvin's manager?
I didn't know Rainwater when me and Melvin was talking. I learned about him after the passing.
You have had conversations with Mr. Noble about Rainwater, right?
I had a conversation with him about Rainwater the day before he passed away.
And Melvin Noble, Mo, was very upset with Rainwater. Is that correct?
He wasn't very upset with him. He just said they had an argument when they was in California.
So much of the fact that he wanted to come back home, correct?
No, so much in fact that he wanted to punch him.
So someone wanting to punch him doesn't mean that you're upset with that person?
He was upset, but they wasn't on bad terms. From my knowledge, he wasn't upset to where he was like, I'm gonna fire him. I don't want him to be my manager no more. It wasn't that upset. They just had a little spat, I guess.
Isn't it true that Melvin Noble wanted to hire Gotti to be his manager?
Objection, you're saying?
He didn't want to hire Gotti to be his manager. He was going to switch his label. He told me that there was a possibility that he was going to switch his label.
And to your understanding, your personal knowledge, if he hired Gotti, he didn't need Rainwater, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know. I'm not in the music business, so I don't know.
You don't remember being on a podcast saying Rainwater, if he hired Gotti, he didn't need Rainwater?
No.
No, you don't remember being on that podcast saying that on live from the track talk? I was the last girl with Mo3, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't remember saying it.
And you, in the past, referred to Rainwater as a snake, right?
Correct.
And you referred to Rainwater as an instigator, right?
Correct.
And you said that Rainwater created controversy to promote sales, right?
Correct.
All right, and that was to promote the sales of Melvin Noble?
That was what he told me.
Okay. And when you say he told you that?
That's what Melvin told me. That was how they promoted their music.
Is that Rainwater was promoting this controversy where people would like the music and buy the music, right?
Correct.
And you refer to Rainwater as a hater, right?
I don't recall referring to him as a hater.
Okay, and there again on the live from the track off, I was the last girl with Mo3, and I'm telling everything. You don't recall saying that rainwater was a hater.
No,
And it's fair to say you don't like rainwater, do you?
I don't like his character.
Okay, and within 24 hours of Melvin Noble dying, you and Rainwater on the phone, right?
Yes,
So you knew Rainwater before Melvin Noble died, right?
no,
How did you get on the phone with Rainwater?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that Rainwater, there was a video that one of your neighbors had, is that right?
Correct,
And it was a video of your parking lot, right?
correct.
Isn't it true that Rainwater came to your apartment complex and tried to get that video?
That's what I heard. That's what he said.
Okay. Did you try to get that video as well?
I told the detectives that there
Yes.
was a camera,
Okay.
so I didn't try to get the video. I told them there was a camera in my neighbor's window.
And who is Youngster? That's Youngsta. Who is that?
I don't know.
You don't recall having a conversation on a podcast talking about
Your
Youngster?
Honor,
I don't know.
Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Oh.
And you spoke with Rainwater right after Melvin Noble died within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
All right, and who called who?
I believe I called him.
Okay, and how did you get his number?
I don't remember how I got Rainwater number. It probably was from someone on social. I think he had his page up on Instagram, and he had his number on Instagram, and that's how I got his number.
And you know from the conversation that Mo3 had at your house that night, that Rainwater knew where he was going, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you don't like Rainwater?
I don't like his character.
Okay. And you testified, not being a saint, right?
Correct,
In fact, you said he was not a saint, right?
correct.
And you talked about his manager, Rainwater, right?
Yes,
And you didn't have great things to say about Rainwater, right?
correct.
And you and his well, how many baby mothers or mothers of children does he have?
I believe 3.
And at some point, you and his children went through.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as it relates to, how long? And you just made a post not too long ago, a couple days ago about this case, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that post was not in good standing with, really just told her that you just don't really want to be here, you don't do that, right?
I have been harassed and accused of setting up Melvin Nobles for 6 years. So yes, and also been harassed by one of his kids' mothers that went online saying that I set him up. So yeah, I did feel that way. I do feel that way. I don't like a picture of people painting me to set people up. I don't set people up. I'm not a Money Maya. I don't know who Money Maya is. That's not me. So yes, I made a post.
And then you mentioned Money Maya. Money Maya is like a girl setting up people to be killed.
Correct.
And it's setting up, in fact, baby daddies to be killed. Is that correct?
I guess.
Correct.
I don't know.
Well, let's talk about what you don't know, okay? You don't know what happened, personal knowledge, what happened after Melvin Noble left your house, right?
Correct.
And you don't know if anyone paid Keywan White to kill Melvin Noble, right?
No.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of who shot and killed Melvin Noble, right?
Right.
And you never heard Keywan White threaten Momo.
I don't know Keywan White.
Okay. And you never heard Melvin Noble mention Keywan White, have you?
Correct.
And you talked about your relationship with, so it's fair to say you don't, after Melvin Noble left your house, you don't know anything after that, right?
Correct.
As it relates to his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And when Melvin Noble left your house, he had approximately $30,000 on him, right?
I don't know.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina, kid.
When did he get it?
I don't recall.
And when he left your house, you didn't walk him to the door, did you?
I walked him to the door.
Okay, you didn't walk him outside, did you?
No.
Because you were still on the phone with Devin, right?
I don't think he was there when I was arguing with my kids' dad. I think he had already left.
Did Do you remember telling law enforcement that you were on the phone with Devin Brown when Melvin Noble left?
No, I don't recall.
Yeah, may I have a minute?
Yes.
And just where we, and how many times have you met with the, prosecutors about this case?
Twice.
Twice? How
Yes,
many times have you talked on the phone with them?
not many. I really haven't had any communication with them like that. I wasn't open to doing it.
And how many times did you meet with the detective or detectives on this case?
Not a lot. I didn't meet with them a lot.
You met with them at least twice, right?
Yeah,
You met with the prosecutors, you said twice,
correct,
and then talked on the phone with you, correct?
correct.
And what information did you review to, or did you review any information for your testimony?
I reviewed my messages that was sent.
The text messages that the state has introduced?
Correct.
Then my first witness,
You may.
just a couple more questions for you. And you mentioned the text messages. It states it's at 11:35. And the state brought out, this is after, Melvin Noble has been declared deceased on 11/11, right? And you're going back and forth with Devin Brown, right?
Correct.
And I'm just gonna go through them again. Because this is you in the blue, right?
Mhm.
All right. And on November 12th, 2020, you say you really got post thinking I got something to do with this. I hope they killed your bitch ass. And I'm just repeating what you said. For real on my kids, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then on 11/12/2020 at 5:23, you called my son the day before and after asking for him, I hope they smoke your dirty ass, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he's not responding. He's not responding to you. Is that right?
He's not responding.
Okay. And on 11/12/2020 and 5:23, you're texting again. You can never see my kids again on God himself ever on my life. I don't forgive you. I hope they kill you. Right? Then on November 12th, 2020 at 5:50 time, you're texting, you did that for what? To fit in to be accepted by some niggas who don't care about you, that's messed up, right? Messed up,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then 11/12/2020 at 5:57, you know better, you know you're wrong, bro, right?
Mhm.
Or wrong too. He's not responding to you, right?
Right.
Eleven, 12, 2020 and 5:57, you said, hurt me for real, all my kids, you wrong, right?
Correct.
He didn't respond, right?
Right.
Okay. On 11/12/2020 at 6:35, you said, you're so bitter and miserable,
Correct.
right? He didn't respond. Devin didn't respond, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you write back 11/12/2020 at 6:35, my kids will never see you,
Correct.
right? And he didn't respond either, right?
Right.
Then you write back at 11/12/2020 at 8:04, you wrong, bro, you so wrong, right? No response.
Yeah.
And then you write back on 11/12/2020 and say why, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And all these text messages, it says read, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that means he's getting them, and
Mhm.
he's reading them, right?
Yeah.
And he's not responding to you, right?
Correct.
And you contacting the police because Devin contacted your son a few times on November 10th and then a few times on November 11th, said made you, you thought it was fishy, right?
I
Yes
asked
or
my
no?
son. I asked my son
Yes or
if he had
no?
called. So yes.
And you're the one going back and forth on November 12th and he never responds, right?
Correct.
And you're accusing him of something that he never admits to, right?
Correct.
And just one last question. I know you said And it's, uh, and as it relates to money mine, you're saying you're not money mine, or it's not a money mine.
I'm not.
No further questions, John.
See?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Did Devin have guns?
Yes.
The defense brought up Trap Boy Freddy, but who else did Mo3 have beef with?
Yellow Beezy.
And you also said the enemies he had were the enemies I knew. Who were those enemies?
Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy.
Excellent, John.
And he also had, some dissension with rainwater, right?
He didn't have beef with Rainwater.
Okay. And he had beef with Devin.
He didn't, no. They don't know each other. Devin's not in the beef.
Devin Brown is not a beef.
No.
They don't have to know.
They
each
didn't
other.
have beef. That's the answer.
You agree with me, they don't personally have to know each other to have beef.
They didn't have beef. Devin is associates, friends or associates with Yellow, but Melvin did not know Devin. They don't
Okay.
have beef.
Just answer my question. You're saying they don't have to know each other to have beef, isn't that correct?
They didn't have beef.
Mo3 posted a picture of your kids with his chains, and you're saying that he did not, and you have testified to this jury, he was trying to antagonize Devin, right?
From my knowledge, they did not have beef.
Okay, and when Mo3 was over to your house, they wanted, and your children wanted to have breakfast with their dad, you said no because Mo3 was there, right?
I said no because it was a random Wednesday and I hadn't been in contact with them for months.
And on a random Wednesday, you had Mo3 at your house, locked up in your bedroom, right?
Yeah, I'm grown.
And your kids were left in another room, and the way they were communicating with you was through texting,
They
right?
still communicate with me that way to this day.
And when you talk about these feuds that you don't know, you just said Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy friends, right?
Correct.
All right, but there were other people, correct?
I only knew Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy.
Do you recall telling someone that Mo3, in fact, I think you may have told the prosecutor, that Mo3 never had a problem with Yellow Beezy?
No.
Oh. And is it fair to say that you've done different podcasts since since Mo3's dying, correct?
I've done a few, yes.
Okay. And you talked to several people, correct?
Correct.
And you said different things to different people, right?
Right.
And you told different versions of the story, right?
It's always been the same story.
Okay, you told different versions of who he had feuds with, right?
The feuds have always been with Trap Boy Freddy and Yellow Beezy. It's never been a different story.
No further questions, John.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Ladies, what is your release?
No objection from the state.
We would like to recall it.
Thank you. You are free to step down now, but staying in touch with the state and the defense in case you decide not to recall it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. You are not to discuss your testimony with anybody. State, call your next witness.
State calls Vanessa Armenta.
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth out of that?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Good morning still. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Vanessa, last name's Armenta, Vanessa, Armenta.
And Ms. Armenta, I'm pronouncing that correctly, Armenta?
Mhm.
Thank you for being here so early today, and I appreciate you being patient with us. You're not really excited to be here, are you?
Tired.
You're tired? Okay. Would you mind, I know you're a little soft spoken, would you mind pulling that mic just a little bit towards you?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Better.
Perfect. And I'm going to just start off with some simple questions just to kind of set the stage for the reason you're here. But where are you from originally? DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth?
From Dallas.
Okay. Your whole life, Dallas area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I know it's our tendencies when we answer questions to say mm-hmm or mm-hmm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this fine court reporter has to have yes or no's.
Okay.
I want to take you back to November of 2020. Where were you living in November of 2020?
An apartment complex. Oh, I forgot the name of that.
Was that the Arroyo?
The Arroyo Apartments, yes.
And what was the location of the Arroyo apartments? If you remember.
I don't remember the address, sorry.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, you and I have met, I believe, once.
Mm-hmm. Correct, yes.
And during our meeting, I showed you a couple of the exhibits that we might use during trial. State's Exhibit 612, a photo. State's Exhibit 613, which is a map, but it's a photo. State's Exhibit 615, which is a photo of a screen grab of a video.
Correct.
And 614, which you've reviewed as well, correct?
Correct.
And you had a chance to review these, and we've discussed as it relates to this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you think these would help the jury understand your testimony here talking about the questions I have?
Yes.
State would offer 612, 613, and 614, and 615 for all purposes.
All right, would you summarize what those photos are of?
Yes, Your Honor. 612 is a aerial map photo of the Arroyo Apartments from Google Maps. 613 is the Arroyo Apartments actual map for the apartment complex. 614 is a video from Ms. Armenta's apartment at the time. 6:15 is a screenshot of one of the videos from her apartment during that time.
May I just take this witness briefly on board, Iyer?
You may.
Ma'am, I just want to ask you very specifically about.
The old marketing playbook has died. Learn how to succeed in the post AI world.
I recall the cameras I had in my apartment and the videos that they took from
Okay,
my
when
apartment.
did you review those videos?
I didn't review them. The detective came and kind of told me something happened. They needed the
Okay,
footage.
sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm being really clear. You have not reviewed the videos. Is that what
With,
you're saying?
Sorry,
With the prosecutor?
correct.
When did you do that?
Probably about 2-3 months ago, 4 months ago, something around that.
Okay, and did you authenticate whatever it is that you saw on the video?
Yes.
You remembered all of that?
Mhm.
And then when you looked at still pictures of it, did you recognize the still pictures?
From my video, yes.
Okay, so did you work with them in creating the still pictures?
I kind of just provided the footage to them, whatever they needed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Were you objecting or you just wanted to?
I just wanted to get clarification on that. So I'm not going to object to 6, 15, 13, or 12. Then there's no objection to
6:14.
614.
All right, this is the 6:12 through 6:15 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Armenta, the Arroyo Apartments, where is it located in Dallas?
It's right in between, I guess, what, Duncanville Road and Crocker Hill.
In what area of Dallas would you describe that as?
I would say Oak Cliff.
In 612, is that what we're looking at here at the apartment complex?
Correct.
The road that going from right to left across the bottom of 612, what road is that right there?
Ledbetter.
Okay. And in the middle of the photo, I have it circled, but is that the apartment complex there?
Correct. That's the entrance to the apartments and the entire complex.
And if you could, I believe on the screen to your left, could you notate, if you just draw in there, can you draw where your apartment was located? Okay. And so as far as the entrance and exit into the apartment complex off of Ledbetter, can you explain to this jury, was that the only entrance and exit into the apartment complex?
Correct. One way in, one way out. That's what I liked about the complex.
Okay. And if you were heading, I guess, from right to left at the bottom of 612 on Ledbetter, it's this turn before, I guess, you get to the railroad tracks. Is that fair?
Correct. It's a bridge that right before it.
Okay. And when you come in, is there a gate or how do you get in once you get there?
There's no gates, just drive right through.
All right. Then I'm just going to add back where you marked your apartment. So when you go into the apartment complex, how would you describe it? Is that kind of like a middle set and there's
I would drive in, make that first right, and then my apartment will be towards the right by the woods.
okay. And so you take a right off of Ledbetter, you come to the apartment complex, you can either go straight or you can take a right.
Correct.
But either way, it would loop back around to that entrance off of Ledbetter.
Correct.
Now, the visitor parking, say you had somebody wanting to come and stay, could you please mark for the jury where a visitor would park?
I believe it would be right in front of the office, so it'd be around here.
Okay. And just for the record, there's, if you come in off of Ledbetter, go past that first right, there's a kind of a lot there. Is that fair?
Correct.
I'm just gonna zoom in so let's see it a little bit better. This lot right here.
Yes.
They're pretty strict about towing at the Arroyo.
Yeah, in the Arroyo Apartments.
Do you remember, or sorry, going back to your apartment, if I was coming to visit you and was going to, be staying there for an extended period of time, I didn't want as it related to my license plate or the vehicle I was driving.
It's pretty much your license plate, information on the vehicle that they're driving if you're going to be staying there for a long time. I never really had many visitors. It was always just me and my daughter.
Okay. And did you live there alone, just with your daughter?
Correct.
Okay. But that would be the protocol if you were having visitors to make sure they didn't get towed.
Correct.
Now, your apartment itself, were you on the first floor or the second floor?
I was on the second floor.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 613, which I think is maybe a little bit, it's not as fun as the Google map, but does this also show kind of the entrance off of Ledbetter where you can go right down to your apartment?
Correct.
And then the second turn in, that would be the visitors parking.
Correct.
And then your apartment was in the set kind of in the middle of 613, furthest to the right.
Correct.
As far as trash pickup, is there like a special trash pickup, or did y'all have to take your trash to a dumpster or anything like that?
We would have to dump our own trash.
Okay, and when you went to, from your apartment, and you were located about here, where would you go to take your trash to dump it?
It's right in front of my complex, so it was right here.
Okay, was it across the parking lot though?
Sorry, yes, it was across the
I just
parking lot.
object to the,
It was in the parking lot, but across the street.
Correct, yes, sorry, the pictures don't, this one don't know.
I know it's not a great picture, that's why I'm trying to help. Do you remember November 11th of 2020?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you remember about that? I mean, that's almost 6 years ago. Why do you remember that day?
Because I know an incident happened, and again, it was just me and my daughter, so I was kind of scared for our safety because of what had happened.
And when you say something happened, you found out that a murder happened.
Yes, when the detective came and told me that a murder took place, and it happened from the apartment complex, I was kind of scared.
Okay. Did you end up moving?
Yes, after an incident happened, I left.
Okay. And when the detectives came, did they ask you if you had any surveillance or photos that might be useful to help them in their investigation?
He kind of just came in and told me if something had happened, if my cameras worked, because my cameras were obviously by the window, and you can kind of visibly see them there. And he asked for the footage for that day.
Okay, and you provided it to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a bunch of video.
Correct. Yeah, it goes on, it's censored. So anything that moves, anything, it will capture it.
Thank you. And so you kind of jumped to what I was going to ask about next. It is motion censored.
Correct.
Were you able to provide them with all the video that you had at that time?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as your neighbors, did you know any of your neighbors that lived in the apartment complex?
I knew the couple across from me and then the one below me.
And is that Jocelyn Jackson that you knew?
Correct.
So this was, I believe it was, if we're looking at the calendar over there, a Wednesday in November. I don't want to get into too much of your personal details, but was your daughter in school?
She was just starting daycare,
Okay.
so that day, I believe she was in daycare.
Okay. But not not school.
No,
Were you at home during the day?
yes.
And around noon, did you hear anything or notice anything take place?
I did hear commotion.
Okay, and what was that commotion?
It was Jocelyn rushing out of her apartment with her kids.
And as far as her rushing out of her apartments, did you hear her say anything or her state, her emotional state?
Subject to the hearsay.
If I can respond, it would be her presence and impression of what she heard as far as an emotional state.
Lady Papa Foundation.
Did you actually see Jocelyn leave the apartment complex?
The camera footage seen when she left, I just heard her yelling.
Okay. Did she sound upset?
Yes,
Okay. Did you make out even any of the words
it was just a lot of cursing and
and seemed upset?
correct.
I'm publishing video.mov, which comes from State's Exhibit 614. Did you know most of the vehicles that park in your apartment complex?
I was familiar with the ones that were for our unit.
All right. In State's Exhibit 614, do you recognize the cars that are out here in this video?
I recognize the Mitsubishi and the black Chevy.
Okay. Do you recognize this black Camaro that was back then?
No,
Had you ever seen it before that day?
no.
Now, as we look at State's Exhibit 614, and I believe it's only, I'm going to press play just so we can watch it one time. We see it picked up some movement from a cat. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So in 615, this is a screen grab from that camera, correct?
Yes.
And so we talked about the dumpster. You see that dumpster that you have to take your trash to?
Yes.
And where is that located in relation to your apartment?
Right across from where the other units are at, towards the left.
And can you describe how the black Camaro is parked in that spot that it's located?
It's parked reversed, facing towards our unit.
It's back in looking at your apartment.
Correct.
And at the bottom of 615, you have the first car, the second car, and then what's in between the second and the third car?
That is the walkway to walk either up the stairs or to our unit.
So right by where it says 615, that would be the walkway to either your apartment or Jocelyn's?
Correct.
And that black Camaro is looking directly at the walkway to your door or her door on the first floor.
Correct.
Have you ever seen that Camaro back in that spot or any of those spots, either before or after the murder?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, ma'am. Is it Armenta or Armenta?
Armenta.
Armenta. Okay, I apologize. You you said that you were familiar with all of the cars that would come and go from your apartment complex
For our unit,
for your unit. Had you seen a Corvette there before?
no.
No, never?
Possibly a red one, now that you bring it up.
Okay, what about, a like tan Honda?
No,
Okay. When you were home that day, had you, seen, anybody leaving your apartment complex, that you didn't recognize?
no, I work nights around that time, so I wouldn't be.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You said you worked nights around that time?
Yeah, around that time I used to work nights.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that that means that you kind of slept during the day.
Correct.
Okay. So, on November 10th, November 11th, were you kind of sleeping during the day?
That morning, yes, and then I had to wake up to take my kid to school.
Okay,
To
and then what
daycare.
time did you wake up to take the kid to school?
She has to be in by 8, so I dropped her off before then.
And then what time did you come back to your house?
Correct.
And then what time did you make it back?
She was right down the street, so within 15 minutes.
Okay, and then once you got back, what did you do?
Kind of just picked up
You just what?
around the
Oh,
apartment.
leave your house.
Correct.
Okay. And then did you take another nap or go back to sleep, or did you just stay up for the rest of the day until it's time to pick up your daughter?
Just stayed up. I had class. I do online classes at that time.
Okay, so on that day, did you observe any kind of tan car leaving your apartment complex?
No, not that I've seen.
Did you observe any sort of black car leaving your apartment complex?
Not that I've seen.
Did you observe, you said that you didn't see anyone that you didn't recognize leaving your apartment complex?
Correct, no. But I wasn't vigilant
Okay, and you weren't vigilant?
as far as like looking out the window that day or anything of that sort.
Okay, and that's because it was a normal day for you.
Correct.
You had no idea what was going on.
Correct.
And it wasn't until sometime later that police officer came and asked you about your video. Is that right?
Correct.
Other than the police officers, who else asked you about the video?
That day or just in
At any
general?
time?
I know Jocelyn did write me and ask me for the videos.
Okay, so Jocelyn wrote you and asked you about the videos?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And it was to access them or get them or
Correct.
ask you to like download them for her?
To send them or to ask what could be viewed on the videos.
Okay. And at that time, did you look at the videos yourself?
At that point, I had kind of turned everything in and I just didn't want nothing to do with it. So I didn't respond to anyone or I didn't
Okay,
even want to look at
Okay.
what was going on.
So let me just be clear. It was the police had come to get the videos and it was after that Jocelyn sent you a message?
Correct.
Okay. Tried to see what was on the videos?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the father of Jocelyn's children?
No,
You don't know him?
no,
You hadn't seen him?
no.
Had you seen her kids get picked up by a man before?
I've heard like altercations before,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
but never viewed.
Okay, so you said altercations before?
Correct.
Okay, between who?
I'm assuming whomever the kid's father, I guess.
Okay, was she with the kid's father?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, so was she dating anyone?
I don't know. I never knew her that way. Only whenever it would be commotion or if my kid was just stomping too loud, she'd come up and.
Okay, so you don't know, if you heard commotion, you have no idea who it was between?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't know if it was between her and her father's,
Correct.
her children's father? Or her and anybody else?
Correct.
Okay, because you don't even know who that person is?
Correct.
Okay. And so once you turned everything in, you didn't have anything else to do with it?
Correct.
And you don't know anything about anything that occurred, other than something you may have been told after the fact?
Correct. And just what was on social media.
Okay. I'll pass the witness at this time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're free to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right around noon, 11:58. Let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Can you really trust AI to keep your chats private? Ever feel like your AI chats are being watched? Free yourself from prying eyes. Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to chat privately with ChatGPT, Claude, and other AIs for free, all in one place. Duck.ai is from DuckDuckGo, where AI is private and optional.
Pull Mr. White out. Mine up to yours. Oh, they're there? Okay, wait a minute.
All right.
Y'all need to see it. Put that on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present in the hearing. The state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Hope everybody has something to eat. Y'all feel a bit of pressure? All right. Let's proceed then. Does the state ready to call the next witness?
State is wrong.
Oh, yes, sir.
State will call Liz Mathis.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing?
You doing all right?
I'm doing all right.
All right. Appreciate you being here. Would you mind introducing yourself to the jury and spelling your name for our court reporter, please?
Hello, my name is Liz Mathis Pyle. Liz, L-I-Z-Z, Mathis, M-A-T-T-H-Y-S -P-Y-L-E.
And is it Ms. Pyle?
Mathis Pyle.
Mathis Pyle?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. How are you currently employed?
I work for a company called eCam, formerly known as Self Monitoring.
And were y'all contacted back in 2020 regarding some surveillance video from the Aloya apartments?
Yes.
And did y'all provide those to the detectives that were investigating this case?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to look at the records that you provided with me, as well as some just some still grabs from all of the videos?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Permission to move about further?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mathis Pyle, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 616, which is just a notice of intent. That you signed and dated, and it was June of this year,
Yeah.
or sometime earlier this year.
Yes.
Or sorry, actually last year. My goodness, it was December of last year. And then you reviewed this disc,
Yes.
and the disc is 617, and the still photos of 619, 620, and 621. Are those the things that is this the disc or the videos that you
Yes.
provided?
Is that 617?
Yes, Your Honor. And are the photos in 618, 19, 20, and 21, are they just still grabs of a lot of video that's on 617, 18?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you've reviewed all this.
Taylor Harbor State's Exhibit 616 for record purposes only, 617 through 21 for all purposes. Correct.
Just have a quick question to ask Mr. Adams here. Go ahead. No objection to 618, 619, 620, 621, and I guess this would be 617. I think there was one that was for record purposes, 616.
Yeah, sure.
All right, State's Exhibit 616 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 617 through 621 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner Colors is here.
You may.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Mathis-Pyle, again, there's a lot of video that comes from the Arroyo Apartments, but as far as, I'm just going to publish this jury just a small clip of the time span that we've watched, but you weren't a fact witness to this case. You weren't on the freeway when this murder happened. You weren't a witness in any shape or form, were you?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the record, that's at 13. The video that I'm playing starts at 13:04 and 5 seconds. Ms. Mathis-Pyle, is this Arroyo apartment located in Dallas off of Ledbetter?
I recognize the footage. I believe it is the same location, yes.
Okay. And so 618 that we have up here is just a still shot of what appears to be a gold or a tan car entering the Roy Apartments. It's just a small photo of it.
Yes.
And then that evening at about 6:48:02. You see a black car that's in 619. It's still shot in 619. Yeah, I'm just showing you a small photo of 619.
Yes.
And then moving into November 11th at 11:45 and 19 seconds. See a gold or tan car leave. And at 11:45:39, a black car also leaves. So in 620, we have a gold car leaving at 11:45:19.
621 black car leaving about 20. 621.
Yes.
Now, again, you were not a fact witness on this case. You are not on the highway, but we have met
Yes.
in December. And this is about the extent of what we've talked about. Is that fair?
That is correct. Yes.
I'll pass it to Michelle.
Thank you. Ms. Mathis Piles?
Yes.
Okay. In the pictures and videos that you just saw, there's like a tan kind of car.
Yes.
What kind of car is it?
Oh, that's a great question.
You don't know?
I don't know cars, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what kind of car it is.
Okay. And then the black, there was a picture of like a black car, video of a black car. What kind of car is that? And if you don't know, I don't want you to guess. If you don't know, then just say.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how many of gold or black cars are in that apartment complex on any given day?
I do not.
Do you know who was inside of the gold car?
I do not.
Do you know who was inside of the black car?
I do not.
Do you know how many people were inside of either car?
I do not.
I'll pass the witnesses.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, latest witness there released.
No objections on the state.
None from the defense.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
State, call your next witness.
The state calls Luis Robles.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Say name, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yo soy Luis Robles, L-U-I-S, Robles, R-O-B-L-E-S.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employee of a body shop.
What body shop is that?
It's a Texas Elite Collision.
Texas Elite Collision?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
3916 West Ledbetter Drive.
What do you do for Texas Elite Collision?
I'm the manager.
You're a manager?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at some point contacted for your video surveillance at Texas Elite Collision?
Yes.
And did you provide that to detectives?
Yes.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Hi, Mr. Robles. Have you had an opportunity to review the records that you provided as well as video surveillance that you were able to access from your system?
Yes, ma'am.
Or were you also able to view a video that took a couple of those videos and put them together?
Yes.
As well as still shots?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 622, are these the videos that you provided?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 623, you reviewed, this was a disc that you reviewed?
Yes.
And it contains the same files that are listed on State's Exhibit 622?
Yes.
On this disc?
Yes.
And this disc is a combined video of those surveillances?
Yes.
And then 625, this is a photo from the videos, is that correct?
Yes.
And 626 is also just a photo from the videos.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers 622 for record purposes, 623, 624, 625, and 626 for all purposes.
Go ahead and describe 623 through 626.
620 Yes, Your Honor, 623 is a disc that contains the records that Mr. Robles provided in 622. Six-
624, please, continue to.
624 are combined videos from individual videos that Mr. Robles provided from 623.
Okay.
And then 625 and 626 are still photos from those videos.
Thank you.
Okay, so, this is that. And I'll call out right now. So we would just object to the 624. I think it's a video that was combined or compiled or created either by the state or by Mr. Robles, and not how the original clips were turned over to the state of Texas. So we would be just objecting to 624 as just being altered evidence. And then the other numbers, we don't have an objection to.
Okay, thank you. All right, does the state have any comments?
Yes, Your Honor. For State's Exhibit 624, it just shows it's a combined of two of the surveillance videos that Mr. Robles was able to identify. He is able to identify both of those videos that are just combined, and it's just seamless as opposed to having to pay multiple videos.
Thank you. All right, State's Exhibit 622 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 623 through 626 are admitted for all purposes.
The permission of publisher, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. On the screen, and there's a screen to your left if that's easier to see.
Okay.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 624, which are the combined videos of those surveillance that you provided. And that date on there, we see that that's November 11th of 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the time on there says 12:48. Can you please explain that time?
It was actually 11:48 because my system was it had an update on the time timing zone change, so it was really 11:48.
So even though it says 12:48, it's actually 11:48.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, in State's Exhibit 625, we see that there is a gold colored car or a light colored car that drove by at 12:48:26, but really that's 11:48:26. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller picture of that 625, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 626, we see that at 12:49:03, but really that is 11:49:03, a black Camaro in the picture, is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller version of what we see here on State 626?
Yes.
Mr. Robles, all you did for this trial was just to pull those videos, is that correct?
That's correct.
And review what you provided to this state?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Robles, when did you pull this video?
Well, I cannot recall exactly the day, but it was back in 2020.
In 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And before you were told, I think the prosecutor just told you what kind of cars they were. Before she said that, did you know what kind of cars those were?
I know the cars. I work in the industry.
Okay. And this is just from outside of your shop?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's your shop located?
3916 West Ledbetter Drive.
You're on Ledbetter?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how far are you from the highway?
I'm probably, you mean the main highway or the Ledbetter Drive?
Main highway.
I probably, it's like 5 minutes from 67,
No, 35, sorry.
35. It's probably 4 or 5 miles away from the shop.
Okay, and it's your testimony that even though your security system that you pulled back in 2020 clearly says 12:49, just in 6:26.
Correct.
You're saying, you're testifying that it's really, the time is wrong.
Correct.
Okay, and that's your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness round.
State,
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objection from the judge.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Courtney Lozano.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is, I'm sorry. My name is Courtney Lozano, COURTNYLOZANO.
And how are you? Now, as a forensic manager,
I went through education and training, and that's how I got hired at Dallas Police.
can you please explain to the jury what that education and training is?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice. I have a master's in through a training outside of Dallas. I worked at Orange County Sheriff's Office in Orlando, Florida. That's where I received my initial training. And then I was hired on at DPD approximately 7 years ago, and I received additional training. And then I have about 500 or so hours of external credits in different types of, I guess, disciplines in forensic science.
And how long altogether have you worked in forensic science?
I've been in the field for 10 years.
And you said that right now you're with Dallas, but prior to that you were in Florida?
Yes, that is correct.
And what are your duties as a forensic analyst?
So as a manager, I'm still certified as a senior crime scene analyst. So I can still do the functions of the job, but I'm currently responsible for overseeing the work product of all of my employees. So I respond out to the scenes, I oversee the scenes, and then if I need to assist, I can. But overall, I make sure that their work product adheres to our policies and procedures that we are with the Dallas Police Department.
How are crime scene analysts assigned to go to a particular place?
So we have our crime scene analyst staff. We are a 24-hour unit, so therefore we have somebody on duty at all times. When a call for service comes in, we usually will dispatch the next available unit. For this specific case, we had a unit actually come in and assist because there was already some calls holding that day. So our analyst came in. This call was the first one that was, I guess, dispatched due to the analyst coming in early.
Is it just usually one crime scene analyst that works, or can there be multiple working one scene at a time?
So our policy states that one analyst and at least a supervisor will respond to all critical incidences, which would include a homicide, officer-involved shooting. So for a scene like this, we would dispatch at least 2 people. And then sometimes, depending on the scene size and the resources needed, we will dispatch additional.
Do you only get called out on specific kinds of cases?
We respond to all types of cases. So we have crime scene analysts who respond to violent crimes, and then we have crime scene technicians who respond to property crimes.
And what do you, when you finally get to the scene, what's your first priority?
When we first get to the scene, we try to make contact with either a patrol officer or if a detective has already made scene. And our very, very first priority is to make sure that the scene is contained. So we want to make sure that everything that is there on scene, the integrity is maintained. So once we get there, we make sure that everything's kind of locked down, that there's no more personnel inside and out. Whatever happened prior to our arrival, that there is no more movement amongst that scene.
Can you explain to the jury the different types of scenes that crime scene analysts can go to?
So the scenes can really vary. We can have outdoor scenes, we can have indoor scenes. So an indoor scene is going to be a little bit more contained. It's going to be a little bit easier to shut the door, make sure that nobody opens and closes the door. Whereas an outdoor scene, depending on the different entry points, it's just going to kind of depend on the size of it and the overall location. So we can respond to businesses, we can respond to apartment complexes, neighborhoods, or we can also respond to major intersections and streets as well.
Earlier you said that your first priority is to make sure that the scene is secure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then what do you do?
Once we make sure the scene is secure, we kind of just go through and observe what we have. We kind of just do walkthroughs. We try to figure out the extent of the scene, what is the immediate resources needed to process that scene, and if there's anything that really stands out that we need to preserve right away. Sometimes transient evidence is something that we need to contain. So we kind of just walk through and make sure that we identify all the priorities in that scene.
Can you explain what transient evidence is?
Transient evidence would be something that might be lost if it is not collected or preserved right away. So sometimes that could be gunshot residue, that could be a shoe print, especially if there's different type of weather conditions. We have to make sure that we preserve those items of evidence.
Are you the only one making a determination on what's important and what's what you should collect?
No, we usually collaborate with the case detectives. We can also collaborate amongst each other. Sometimes the case detectives get information throughout their investigation while we're on scene that might lead us to process certain areas or look at certain areas. But other than that, we're trained in making sure that we are thoroughly processing for what type of call we're being reported to. So if we are being called to a shooting, then we are looking for evidence that is associated with the shooting, etc., for stabbings or anything like that.
Once you determine that something is important or it could be relevant, what do you do?
We are then going to start documenting it. So what we call is in situ. It means it's in place, it's as is. So we document everything without any type of manipulation. And then we will start adding evidence markers. We'll start marking, identifying what we are going to collect and what we deem as probative physical evidence. And then once we have done that, then that's when we will do our documentation and collection of those items.
Do you also maybe do diagrams as well?
We do. On certain types of scenes, we will diagram and take measurements. This is in case anybody ever needs to do any type of reconstruction or they need some type of relationship between items of evidence. So we will do it. It becomes a demonstrative for testimony or reference later.
And is there a certain way that crime scene analysts should take photos?
We do what we call overall mid-range close-up. So we are showing everything in context as an overall. Then when we do a mid-range, it's showing its relationship to a fixed point. And when we do close-up, it's that item only by itself. So it might have an evidence marker, but the point is to show you the details of that item.
And then once you take those photos, what do you do next?
Once we finish the photos, then we will go through the collection process. This is when we are actually seizing each item of evidence that has been identified, usually by a numerical identifier on the ground, what we also call like an evidence marker. So once we've collected those items, then we will kind of do like secondary, tertiary searches to make sure we've collected everything. And then we would usually begin any type of processing that might cause permanent damage or changes to the scene, such as like fingerprint processing, chemical processing, or anything like that.
And is it just one analyst that's doing this collection, or are you sometimes working as a team?
We're usually working as a team, especially for larger scenes. We usually request some of our lower level technicians to come in and help. And they're kind of just there to assist us. They're not responsible for any of the work product, but they're there to kind of like add an extra set of hands.
Once you start doing that collection, where does the evidence go?
Depending on what is required from the evidence, all the evidence returns back to the Dallas Police Department lab. And then we will either package the items and it will go to the next unit, or the items will be packaged and sent to the property room for storage.
And is that the extent of your involvement when you go out to a crime scene?
Yes.
And you don't do the firearm testing or DNA testing or anything like that, is that correct?
That is correct, I do not.
Were you called out to a shooting on a highway on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, was it just you or were you all working as a team?
We was, my crime scene analyst at the time, Justin O'Donnell, had already responded, and I responded about 45 minutes after him.
Was it just the two of you?
We did have additional personnel once I made scene. I called for additional personnel when our next shift started, which was approximately at 2:30 p.m.
Can you explain if there were any challenges to going to a crime scene like this?
It was difficult to access the actual scene location. The highway was shut down. They only had one entry point. So we had to go pretty far south to be able to hit the northbound ramp to come up. There was also quite a bit of car traffic. So for crime scene, we usually try to get as far up as we can in the crime scene, especially if we're going to be in and out of our vehicle. So navigating that type of traffic on the highway was a little difficult.
And what about collecting the evidence that was there?
The evidence was pretty far spread out. So we had to make sure we did a thorough job in searching, collecting, and identifying everything that we had. We had to move vehicles as well to make sure that if there was any items underneath the vehicles, that we had done a thorough search underneath each of those as well.
Is it hard to process scenes when you've got cars driving through or have previously driven through those scenes?
It can be difficult. It can manipulate the evidence. It can either change the physical aspect of it, such as, it being crushed, or it can also spread them out. So they can bounce, they can kind of move around a little bit. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the exact locations of everything.
And so maybe where a piece of evidence was, if a car drove through or someone ran by, that evidence could potentially move. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
You want to make approach? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 57 through 258. And we've met before and you've reviewed these photos?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that this is the way that the scene was on the day that you responded out on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you please take a moment just to review these photos and make sure that you recognize everything that's in these photos? And then take it. You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And in one of those photos, did you create a diagram of this scene?
Yes, I did.
Of how the cars were on the highway?
Yes, it was the cars and then the items of evidence that we collected.
And at this time, State offered State's Exhibit 57 through 258 for all purposes have previously been tendered to the defense counsel.
Hey, yo! Your mom's worried about you. How you holding up, bro?
I shot my best friend. That's how I'm holding up.
Any objections by the defense?
No objection other than, if there's obviously pictures that are, far away, close up of the exact same thing.
The objections overruled. Cases that are 57 through 258 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you did we talked about, you did a diagram of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And State's Exhibits 57A, this is just a larger version of that diagram that you did, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibit 57A for demonstrative purposes.
All right, what's the smaller diagram? What's the exhibit of that?
57.
57, oh, all right.
No objection, Your Honor.
State Exhibit 57A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you talked about how first make sure the scene is clear, and then you start looking for important things, and then start marking where those important things are. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes, so analyst Justin O'Donnell was the one that actually photographed them, but we went through and marked all the items of evidence once he completed his overall photographs.
And again, you worked as a team to collect those evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 46, and the screen to your left, that's easier as well. This is just that overview of the scene that you responded to that day.
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 58, what do we see here?
That is a photo identifier that analyst O'Donnell took, and that's just identifying that is his name and initials, the initial response location he responded to, and the date of his response.
Is this how crime scene analysts typically memorialize how they find or where they find certain pieces of evidence?
Yes, it's to identify the scene that they're responding to. Normal pretense is that they would be taking a new photograph for each time they go to a new location.
We see that this is case number 201916-2020. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
In the case number, say if there's additional follow-up, everything for that follow-up, and it'll always go to that particular case number.
We usually try to keep everything under the same case number. Sometimes detectives will pull separate case numbers if there's new response locations, but we usually will try to cross-reference the original one if that is the one that we are identifying the work under.
This case is at 59. Is this just a view of the scene that day?
Yes, this is the southernmost part of the scene, and this is looking northbound.
State's Exhibit 60, just a closer view of that.
This is them walking northbound along the highway, the overalls.
State's Exhibit 61.
The overalls walking northbound.
State's Exhibit 62.
Still the overalls northbound.
63, same thing.
Yes,
64, same thing.
yes,
65, continuing walking northbound.
yes.
66.
Still northbound.
State's Exhibit 68.
This is now the furthest northbound, looking back southbound.
State's Exhibit 69.
And this is walking southbound,
State's Exhibit 70.
continuing southbound.
71, are you continuing southbound?
Yes,
72, continuing southbound.
yes,
State's Exhibit 73.
it's continuing southbound.
State's Exhibit 74.
It's still southbound.
And State's Exhibit 75.
That is looking northbound.
State's Exhibit 76.
This is going northbound.
State's Exhibit 77, is that just a closer up?
This is now identifying the vehicles that remained on scene upon our arrival.
State's Exhibit 78.
These are the overalls of the truck that was still on scene.
State's Exhibit 79.
That is the front end of that pickup truck.
State's Exhibit 80.
And this is showing the overall location of the doors, so if they were open or closed.
6781,
And this is showing the passenger side of that truck.
6782,
This is going to document the Nissan Pathfinder,
6783.
and that's the front end of the Pathfinder.
And we can see that there are people that are still in that truck.
Yes, they were.
6784,
And this is documenting the doors on the driver's side.
6785,
And then this is the Allegiant Mobile Health Vehicle,
86,
and that is the front end of that vehicle.
and 87.
And then this is starting to document the evidence markers that were placed after the initial walkthrough.
Now, is there a particular order that you place markers?
We usually try to do them consecutively. Sometimes items of evidence are identified out of order if evidence markers are already laid down. In a scene such as this one, it's pretty hard to identify every fired cartridge case or item on the ground. So sometimes the items are found as you're placing evidence markers, and so the evidence markers might be a little out of order.
6788,
That is the close-up of item number 1.
and what do we see there?
That is going to be a part of a fired bullet. This is an overall of the evidence markers, and this is after we removed some of the vehicles to be able to show the relationship without the vehicles in the obstructed view.
6790,
This is just walking overalls.
91,
Continuing northbound of those overalls.
92,
The overalls are continuing.
6793,
These are still overalls.
6794.
These are overalls going northbound still.
On 6795, we also see some red or some orange markings. What is that?
That is the spray paint that identified where those vehicles were located when we got on scene. So you have 4 corners, so that's each of the tires, and then we spray painted the license plate behind so that we can continue to diagram those in without the vehicle being present.
6796,
This is walking northbound, Guardian Rail.
as far as conditions of a road, could that matter with fire cartridge casings?
They can. The surface in which any type of evidence encounters can kind of alter the evidence a little bit. So a harder surface can cause items to move a little bit. A softer surface might kind of absorb the item when it lands. So working on a roadway, we do have to account for items kind of bouncing or moving.
6798,
That is going northbound with the overalls.
99,
And that's continuing northbound.
6700,
That's still going northbound.
101,
Northbound,
102,
northbound.
103,
That is the farthest northbound, and now we're looking southbound back at the evidence markers we just marked.
6714,
And that's going southbound.
105, 106, 107, is that continuing southbound?
Yes.
108,
That is just kind of a side view of the overall evidence markers from a different angle.
109,
Same thing, we're kind of looking, that's towards the west, looking at the items.
110,
And the same thing, looking at the west.
111,
This is a mid-range of the evidence marker for 2.
112, what do we see here?
That would be a close-up of the fired cartridge case identified at marker 2.
113,
And these will continue the mid-range photos for each items of evidence.
114, we see marker 3.
Yes, that's a close-up for marker 3.
115,
And that's a close-up for marker 4.
Your Honor, reapproach.
You all need a break. You need a short break at this time, or can you power through this testimony?
Yeah.
You need a break?
No.
Good to power through.
Raise your hand if you, want to power through. Okay, everyone has their hand. Let's move on.
And for the most part, the rest of these are just close-ups of the evidence that you collected, is that right?
That is correct.
Am I right, First Witness?
You may.
Okay, Ms. Lozano, I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 259 through 308. Do you recognize these bags?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the bags that contain each item of evidence that was collected from the scene. So these contain either the fired cartridge cases or the fired projectiles or fired bullets.
And States Exhibits 852, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a fragment that was recovered from one of the vehicles on the scene.
And do you think this would help aid the jury?
Fragment of what?
It is a projectile fragment.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think this will help aid the jury to figure out which evidence was collected and exactly where you found that at the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, state offers States Exhibit 259 through 308 and 852 for all purposes.
Any objections?
I'm so sorry. No objection.
All right. States Exhibits 259 through 308 and States Exhibit 852 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Pettis, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you mind stepping down? What we're going to do is just going to walk through the pieces of evidence and collect it, and then where you collected it from. Okay. And usually when you collect evidence, what are you writing on these bags?
The bags have the case identifier, so usually the case number that we are working it under. And then they will sometimes list what is located inside. So if it is a fired cartridge case, it might list the head stamp. And then the initials of the individual who seals it, their initials and badge, is the one that will be over the blue evidence tape.
And then do you also do any other numbers on here?
There can be. So this one has like a numerical identifier that will match the evidence marker that was utilized on the scene.
So States Exhibit 259 is marked as 1. Can you please show the jury where that is on the map?
1 is going to be down here at the southernmost location of the scene.
And it's kind of hard to see this in the bag, but do you recall what that was?
This was a fire bullet fragment.
States Exhibit 260, it has a number 2 on the bag. Can you please point where that was located?
2 is going to be over here. It's still in the roadway, but up against the guardrail.
And we see that it looks quite different than States Exhibit 259.
Yes, it does.
And are you familiar with cartridge casings and fire cartridge casings or bullets?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why this may look a little bit different than States Exhibit 1?
So a fired cartridge case is what gets extracted or ejected out of a firearm through the side port or the ejection port, whereas a fired bullet is actually coming out the barrel or the end of a firearm. So they're separating from each other The projectile is what's going to travel forward, whereas the fire cartridge case is going to either eject to the left or the right.
State's Exhibit 261, this came from marker number 3. Can you please show the jury where that was located?
It's going to be right next to marker 2.
State's Exhibit 262 came from marker number 4. Can you show where that's located?
And that is going to be right here next to 3.
State's Exhibit 263 came from marker number 5.
It's going to be just north of the previous 3.
State's Exhibit 264 came from marker number 6.
And that's going to be right next to marker number 5.
State's Exhibit 265 came from marker number 7.
And it's going to be just a little east of the other evidence markers, but still in that general vicinity.
State's Exhibit 266 came from marker number 8.
And that's going to be just east of marker number 7.
State's Exhibit 267 came from marker number 9.
And it's going to be right in the vicinity of marker 8.
State's Exhibit 268 came from marker number 10.
And that's going to be right there in the same vicinity as 8 and 9.
State's Exhibit 269 came from marker number 11.
This would be a little bit west along the guard rail on the side.
And these are all fire cartridge casings, is that right?
Yes, so far, besides item number 1.
Besides item number 1. State's Exhibit 270 came from marker number 12.
That's going to be right here, just north of marker 11.
State's Exhibit 271 came from marker 13.
And right here, just to the east of marker
272 came from marker number 14.
And it's right there next to 13.
State's Exhibit 273 came from marker 15A.
And that's going to be here to the west, or to the east, a little bit closer to marker.
State's Exhibit 274 came from marker 17.
That's going to be right here next to marker 15.
State's Exhibit 275 came from marker 18.
And that's going to be northwest of marker 16 or 15, 17.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker 19.
And that's going to be right here next to marker 18.
277 from marker 21.
That's going to be further north, still going northbound.
State's Exhibit 278 from marker 22.
It's going to be right next to marker 21.
State's Exhibit 279 from marker 23.
And that is also right there next to marker 21 and 22.
State's Exhibit 280 from marker 24.
This is going to be just a little northeast, located here in the center lane.
State's Exhibit 281 from marker 25.
And then that is going to be right there next to marker 24.
Now this looks a little bit different than what we've been seeing. Can you describe what this is?
This is going to be a bullet fragment as well.
State's Exhibit 282 from marker 26.
26 is going to be north of the previous markers.
State's Exhibit 283 from marker 27.
It's going to be going a little bit northwest of marker number 26.
State's Exhibit 284 from marker 28.
It's going to be right next to marker 27.
State's Exhibit 285 is from marker 29.
It's going to be further north.
And can you explain what is 282?
This is also a bullet fragment.
State's Exhibit 287 is from marker 30.
We're going to be going northwest, again, still in the roadway, but a little bit off to the side.
Collectors, the thrill of the chase just got way better.
Oh, it's Kobe. Let's go, Black Mamba.
This is Arena Club, the new way to grade, collect, buy, sell, and trade. Use code INTRO for 20% off your first purchase. Download Arena Club now or visit arenaclub.com.
State's Exhibit 29 is from marker 33.
We're going northbound still along that edge next to the guardrails.
State's Exhibit 291 is from marker 34.
34 is going to be just east of 33.
State's Exhibit 292 from marker 35.
And that's going to be just west of 34.
State's Exhibit 293 from marker 36.
We're going northeast. And it's going to be north of 34.
State's Exhibit 294 from marker 37.
37 is going to be the north of, right above, I guess, north of the last vehicle that we had in our scene.
State's Exhibit 295 from marker 38.
And 38 is going to be right there next to 37.
State's Exhibit 296 from marker 39.
39 is going to be northwest, and it's going to be up near the edge of their lanes.
State's Exhibit 297 from marker 40.
40 is going to also be north of 39 on the west side.
State's Exhibit 298 from marker 41.
Oh, here we go, 41, here we go. Thank you. We're going to be further south along the concrete barrier here.
State's Exhibit 299 from marker 42.
42 is going to be back up north near marker 40.
State's Exhibit 300 from marker 43.
43 is going to be north right next to 42.
State's Exhibit 301 from marker 44.
That is going to be north next to the 42 and 43.
State's Exhibit 302 from marker 45.
45 will also be north near marker 44.
State's Exhibit 303 from marker 46.
46 will be just east of marker 45.
State's Exhibit 304 from marker 47.
That's going to be just north of marker 45.
State's Exhibit 305 from marker 48.
48 is going to be south, it's going to be near the very first vehicle that we documented.
And can you tell us what that is?
48 is a bolt fragment.
State's Exhibit 306 from marker 49.
49 is going to be closer down here near 48.
This one is a little bit different than what we've previously seen. This one is a bit deformed, a little bit different than what the other casings that we've seen.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 307 from marker 50.
50 is actually going to be over here in the construction area, so this was on the other side of the concrete barrier.
So some of the evidence ended up going on the opposite side of the freeway.
So this center area was construction, so it wasn't oncoming traffic. So two of the items ended up in the construction area.
State's Exhibit 308 from marker 51.
And 51 was north of 50, still in that construction zone area.
And lastly, we had State's Exhibit 852. Where did you find this?
852 was collected from the vehicle, the Audi, that was processed on scene that had sustained a possible bolt hole through the front windshield, and the projectile fragment was recovered from the rear driver floorboard.
Looking at State's Exhibit 174, what do we see here?
That is a side view of the driver's side of the Honda that was located on scene.
Do you know who the owner of this car was?
We were advised that the complainant was located in the vehicle, but I did not confirm the owner of the registered vehicle.
State's Exhibit 175?
That is the front view of the complainant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit 176?
That is the passenger side of the complainant's vehicle.
And 177?
And that is the rear of the complainant's vehicle.
Exhibit 178,
This is documenting the doors position, so open or closed.
179,
And then the same thing for the passenger side.
180,
And again, for both sides.
182,
That is the license plate
183,
and then the VIN.
184,
This is documenting that the front driver tire was flat.
that's from 185 and 186 as well,
Yes,
and 187.
yes.
And on 187, what do you see on the rim of that tire?
It looks like a possible bullet impact mark.
188,
That's documenting the front driver door with possible bullet impact marks or bullet holes.
189,
That is the inside of the front driver door.
190,
That's just showing the overall inside of the front driver compartment.
191,
That is showing the inside of the front passenger compartment.
192.
And then this is now documenting each of those impact marks or possible bullet holes.
Did you see that in 193 as well,
Yes, those are scales to identify the ones that were documented.
as well as 194?
Yes,
195, is this a closer view of one of those markers?
yes, it is.
196,
That's a close-up of the marker B.
197,
That is a close-up of the impact mark at C,
198,
and that is a close-up of the impact mark at D,
199,
and that is a close-up, looks like, of the possible hole at F.
and E.
And E, yes.
Stacy Exhibit 200
That is the impact mark of G, which is on that front driver tire.
and 201 is a closer view of that.
Yes, it is.
And 202, what do we see sticking out of those holes?
Those are dowel rods or trajectory rods.
And then we'll just look at just showing the same thing, just different angles.
Yes,
206 to 207 and are just scenes, photos from the scenes, but 208, what do we see here?
that looks like, I believe that's one of the bullet fragments that were collected.
And the 213, is this on the other side of that construction that you were talking about earlier, where 50 and 51 were found?
Yes, it is.
So you said 14 and 15 are just closer views of that.
Yes, they are.
And so exhibit 218, that's marker 51.
Yes.
Stacy exhibit 270, what do we see here?
That is the rear of the Kroger semi-truck that was located on scene.
Stacy exhibit 221 and 222, which are just other views of that truck.
Yes, that is.
And 223 and 224 are just views of that truck, and 225.
Yes.
And so at this point, what are you doing?
During the Kroger truck, we knew it was leaking an unknown fluid from underneath. So we were trying to see if we could identify any type of damage to the vehicle, such as a bullet hole. We were unable to locate any type of hole through the grill or even a ricochet mark off the ground. So it was just documenting that there was no visible damage to it, but it was leaking the fluid.
Stacy exhibit 230, is this that Audi that you also processed?
Yes, it is.
231, are you just showing that overall pictures that you talked about before?
Yes.
And Stacy exhibit 237, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole that's located in the front windshield of the Audi.
238 is a closer view of that.
Yes.
And you were able to get a consent from Dr. Graham to search his car, is that correct?
Yes, it was provided from the detectives on scene prior to me entering his vehicle.
240 is just that driver's door open.
Yes.
241, a closer view of that.
Yes.
Stacy exhibit 243, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole through the visor on the driver's side.
And then Stacy exhibits 245 to 247, is that just the inside of his car?
Yes.
And state specific 49 and 50, you ended up putting the marker there,
Yes,
and that's marker A.
yes,
And 251 is just that side view from the inside of the car, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
252.
Those are just close-ups of those two scaled holes.
State specific 255, what do we see here?
That is the rear driver floorboard. It's the mat area.
A little bit closer, what do we see?
It is a piece of projectile fragment or bullet fragment.
And 257, that's just that in your hand.
Yes, it is.
And state specific 258, what do we see here?
That is a photo placard that I took prior to photographing each of those vehicles.
And again, we see that case number 201196-2020.
Yes.
What were the total amount of fire cartridge casings that you collected at the scene that day?
There were 44 total collected.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, and is it detected? No.
No, you can just, Miss Lozano.
Mrs. Lozano, yes, ma'am. And so you respond to scenes, that's part of what your responsibilities are.
Yes,
You are collecting evidence that you think could be important or could be relevant.
yes,
In this particular situation, you were just told that there was a shooting, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And therefore, you're looking for fire cartridge casings and things like that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have information about the parties involved.
No, I do not.
You don't know how any of the information fits together,
No,
if it fits together, right?
that is correct.
Any of the, you don't know anything other than you're out there and you're collecting evidence that might be important.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't know if there was one gun or multiple guns. You don't know that.
No, I do not.
You don't know, was there anything out of the gold Honda, was there anything collected or photographed while you were at the scene?
Not while I was at the scene. The vehicle was towed and processed at a later time.
And so you just documented the outside of it?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, were you involved in documenting the vehicle at a later time?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so you arrived on scene at what time?
Approximately 13:44 or 1:44 p.m.
Okay. And then you said your partner was already there. What time did they get there?
They got there right before 1, approximately 12:57-ish, right around there.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the time that this allegation took place?
I was not made aware of the initial call itself. We only get a dispatch call from crime scene, which is going to be after the initial first responders.
Okay. What time was your dispatch call?
The initial call that crime scene analyst Justin O'Donnell was approximately around 12:30, 12:35 is when he was dispatched. So he made it there about 20 minutes or so after his dispatch.
Okay. And then, do you know whether or not, I know that at the point that you got there, obviously everything had to be blocked off. The traffic couldn't go through the scene anymore. Is that right?
That is correct.
Prior to you or your partner arriving, were there still cars driving through the scene?
I would not be able to attest to that. I'm not sure what happened before I got there.
Okay. And then what your partner arrived before you did. So do you know whether or not your partner made sure that the scene was no longer being walked through or driven through?
That is part of our process. Whether he did, I cannot attest to it, but that is part of our process to make sure that there's no more movement with inside the scene.
Okay, and is there a log that you are responsible for keeping, or your partner or other law enforcement, about who's coming in and out of the scene?
There was no log created. We just usually log badge numbers that identify who we made contact with and who we visually saw inside the scene, and that's usually the log that we keep.
Okay, so you didn't, it's really who you guys would have come into contact with or seen with your own eyes at the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
You don't know whether or not before you arrived anything was removed from the scene?
That is correct. We would not know that unless it was directly relayed to us or if we needed to process it and it was transferred back to us. But other than that, we usually are not told what type of manipulation occurs before we get there.
And so when, at some point you understood that cars were driving through the seat before it was secured?
I would assume so based on the traffic, but I cannot say for sure that I knew that that happened.
Okay, and if that happens, you can't control the way that things that are on the ground are moved or dragged or rolled over or anything like that.
That is correct.
So the only thing that you can do is when you get there, that you'll document where things are at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
But that may not be exactly where things were, you know, even an hour earlier or before you arrived.
That is possible.
And again, you're not given information about whatever law enforcement has identified as people potentially involved or cars potentially involved or anything like that. That's not part of your role.
Sometimes we receive the complainant's name if they are transported off the scene, but that would be the extent of the information received.
Okay. And there were, I think you took photographs of sort of fired cartridge casings that were on the other side of the freeway, is that right?
They were in the construction zone, which was just adjacent to the roadway that we were walking and driving.
Okay, so in the construction zone, which is where people were not driving?
That is correct.
It was blocked off?
Yes, it was.
And you don't know how those got there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And beyond taking pictures, that as it relates to any allegation about anything that occurred on November 11th, that's the extent of your involvement?
Yes, that is.
Okay. But no names were provided to you? I'll pass the link to this time.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
We can, she doesn't need to stay in the building, but we'll ask that she be subject to recall.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to step down now, but stay in touch with the state in case you need to know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like to take that break now? Yes? Okay, let's do that. Let's come back at, to 2:30.
All right.
So we want to just at the top right there, so we can.
Yeah, but cringe every time.
You hold it down.
Free yourself from prying eyes. Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to chat privately with ChatGPT, Claude, and other AIs for free, all in one place.
I'm losing my mind over it.
my favorite. Hi.
Well, she's already had that review.
Oh, my God, so much fun. What? Yeah. Yeah, you just enjoy it so much. No. What? Sorry. You're not.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. She looked at you like.
All right.
Yes.
It's all making sense now.
Y'all be back here at 2:42.
Yes.
Get out frame in there. That's whatever.
In your honor, Marissa's bringing in some firearms that have already been cleared by during the next two witnesses. So that way, but they're cleared, they've been safe.
Breaking news. Japan's #1 Hane gyoza.
Hane gyoza.
You don't know about Ajinomoto gyoza?
Finally caught the Ajinomoto gyoza. Let's get into it.
Crispy golden gyoza. You have to try this.
So crispy. Yes, so juicy.
How? It's absolute mayhem out here. How long have you been waiting for this moment? My whole life.
Okay, gyoza, let's see what all the hype is about.
we approach very briefly? And Your Honor, can we ask, Ms. Jones, can this other attorney approach with us?
Yes, of course. I don't know if you want to be on the record. How you doing, Jay?
Olipop is a high-fiber soda that supports digestive health, sending goodness inside. And when you feel good inside, you bring that goodness outside, to the world, where it spreads to others and more others until... Wait a second. Are we saying we can solve all the world's problems with one single can of Olipop? No. Of course not. But it's a good start. Olipop, the feel-good soda.
All rise.
The record will reflect that the defendant is present, state present, the jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your patience. You know, sometimes we run into these delays, it's all part of the process, okay? Thank you. All right, state, call your next one.
State calls Kylie Forbing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name first and last for the court report?
Yes. My name is Colleen Forbing, Kyllene. Forbing is Forbing.
And Ms. Forbing, excuse me, how are you currently employed?
I'm stay-at-home mom.
All right. Probably one of the toughest jobs there is.
It is so much harder.
Back in 2020, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene analyst for the city of Dallas.
And back in 2020, or when did you begin your career as a crime scene analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
I can't remember exactly when I began as an analyst because I started as a crime scene technician.
Okay.
And I believe that was in 2016.
Okay. And this jury just heard from Ms. Lozano, crime scene manager Lozano, who kind of talks about the differences in crime scene analysts and crime scene technicians. And I know it's getting late in the day, so I'm not going to go over all of that. But in 2020, you were a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And they've heard about the training and that goes into becoming an analyst. Did you have all of that training at the time in 2020 and credentials at that time to be an analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And if you know, how many scenes have you processed by 2020?
Yeah,
If you know.
I have no idea.
A lot.
A lot.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes.
Last time was probably with me also, right?
Probably. I believe it was, yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being back. As far as November 11th of 2020, did you process anything regarding a murder that took place on I-35?
I did. I photographed a vehicle that had defects in it.
Okay. Your Honor, Maverick.
You may.
And Ms. Forbing, I'm going to show this mark as 309 through 314. So 309 through 314. You and I met maybe last year. Does that sound right?
I think it was last year, yeah.
And went through a bunch of photos, but narrowed it down to this.
Yep.
And I know this is a small representative photo of what you did, but are these a fair and accurate depiction of the photos of that truck that day?
Yes.
And do you think it would aid this jury in understanding your testimony in seeing these exhibits?
Yes.
State Office State Exhibits 309 through 314.
There's no objection. There's no objection from the defense. State Exhibits 309 through 314 and minutes 12.
Now, Ms. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Forbing, there were a number of people from the physical evidence section that came out that day. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the jury just went through about 300 exhibits with Ms. Lozano, so I don't want to hop into these. Did you talk to any witnesses or speak to any witnesses at the scene that day?
I believe I spoke to the complainant of this truck.
Okay. But as far as taking witness statements or anything like that?
No.
Witness statements?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit 309, what do we have here?
That is a placard that we photograph, and I mean crime scene, photograph before we take pictures of any crime scene, so we know what case that those photos are attached to.
And it contains the date and time, the case number.
And me. Yes.
State's Exhibit 310. What do we have here?
The front of the vehicle. That would be a defect with a scale.
And that scale is, I believe it's A, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you decide how to number each scale that you use to show defects?
So for defects, I personally used letters, and I would just kind of start at the front as like this one, the front of the vehicle, and move my way back.
Okay. State's Exhibit 312. What are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side front tire, basically, is what.
Okay. And 313, is that just a close-up view of it?
Yes.
Did you collect any projectiles or fragments or FCCs associated with this wheel?
No.
And then State's Exhibit 314, what are we looking at here?
That is the rear driver's side tire.
Now,
or the side of the truck, sorry.
okay. And again, was this just to document and show your Honor, permission to move about further?
Yes.
Okay. Was this just to show or document the defects that you observed in this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this jury has just heard about this scene that is depicted in State's Exhibit 57A, which was in relation to all of this.
North.
So outside of the diagram?
Yes.
And was it on an exit ramp, or where was it at, if you remember?
I believe it was on the right shoulder, like this side.
On the right-hand side of the northbound
Of the
lanes?
freeway, I believe that's where it was, yes.
Was that the only area?
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, I apologize. I do believe that the witness is reviewing some document.
It's my report.
Can we take a look at it? Thank you.
Are you just using this to refresh your recollection?
Yes, because it's been 6 years.
Don't read from it, but if you need to
Okay.
refresh your recollection, by all means. But as far as this Dodge Ram truck, was that the only thing that you processed in relation to this scene?
Yes.
And did not collect any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
I believe I helped locate evidence at the main scene, which was that.
Okay.
But we all kind of looked around to make sure everything was collected, so.
Meaning the main scene that's in diagram, in 7A, I mean, the entire span of the highway that's documented there?
Yes.
I'll pass it to Shirley.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Thank you, you're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
Say we call Justin O'Donnell.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank
Have a seat, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Justin O'Donnell, Justin, capital O, apostrophe, capital D-O-N-N-E-L-L.
And Mr. O'Donnell, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a supervisor with the crime scene unit for the Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
I've been employed with the Dallas Police Department 14 years.
And what positions have you held with the Dallas Police Department?
From the end of August of 2012 up until January 2021, I was a crime scene analyst. In January 2021, I got promoted to be a crime scene supervisor, and I've held that position since then.
Okay. And this jury has now heard from Ms. Lozano and Ms. Forbing. So I won't spend too much time on the differences in analysts and managers and technicians. But have you worked crime scenes throughout that entire period that you've been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I have.
And as a supervisor, what are kind of your duties and responsibilities as it relates directly to being a crime scene supervisor?
As a supervisor, we're there for support for the people that work under us. I have people that respond to property crimes and people that respond to persons crimes. We're there to support them. A lot of my duties are reviewing reports, making sure that we're in compliance, making sure that our staff is in compliance with our accreditation and compliance with department rules and section policies. I'm also able to respond to process scenes when needed. I respond again to process scenes when needed. I can be the full primary and have control over the whole scene, which means I'm doing all the photo documentation, the evidence collection. Other times, I respond and I may be helping do diagrams or taking measurements or just collecting it or helping collect evidence in general.
And back in November 11th, 2020, were you on call that day?
I actually was called early. There was a need for somebody to come in and kind of help Dave's shift to help answer some calls.
And so typically you work night shifts?
At that time, I was working evenings, so I was working 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And again, this jury has already heard from Ms. Lozano and Ms. Forbing, but you were also out there on I-35.
That is correct.
And I believe maybe a tech or somebody who was in training. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to move forward to other things that you were involved in, specifically that you were doing outside of that, since we've covered that. What else did you have as it related to this investigation? Or let me direct your attention first to the vehicle on the freeway, the gold Honda. Were you asked to process that separately from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
No, Supervisor, I'm showing it's been marked as State's Exhibit 315. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 315?
Yes, this appears to be the search warrant that was obtained for that vehicle.
And then State's Exhibit 316 through 356. Will you please take a look at those? You recognize all those?
Yes.
And are those just a smaller portion of all of the photos that you took of processing that car?
Yes.
Do you think it would help aid this jury in understanding your testimony by reviewing these photos?
Yes.
State Order 315 for record purposes only, and 316 through 356 for all purposes, which are the photos of the gold Honda that's processed.
Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to chat privately with ChatGPT, Claude, and other AIs for free, all in one place. Duck.ai is from DuckDuckGo, where AI is private and optional.
Now, Supervisor O'Donnell, what have we,
This is just an overall photo of the front of the car.
And I think from these photos, we can tell that it's no longer on the freeway. Where are these photos taken at?
These photos were taken at the City of Dallas Auto Pound, which is at 1955 Mill Big Road.
What is the purpose of processing a vehicle further at this location?
Again, this vehicle was on the highway. It was towed off the highway. There, when it goes to the auto pound, it gives us a little bit more control. Again, when it's on the highway, there's just certain risks that are there. Once it gets there, the auto pound is a secure location and gives us ability to kind of fully process everything after we've processed it at the scene for what we need to.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, was the scene already secured as far as the traffic? I mean, there was extensive traffic on the highway. Was the scene secure, meaning the whole highway? Was it completely shut down once you arrived?
To the best of my recollection, yes. I remember that everything was, the northbound lanes were closed off. I don't remember traffic flowing.
Now, even if it is closed off, is it still a better practice to inventory and search a vehicle or something here at the auto pound?
Yes, again, it gives just us a more controlled environment.
Here.
So this is the left side of the car, or the driver's side. Again, it's just an overall photograph, just depicting that the front left tire is flat, and then the stickers that were marking what were believed to be bullet holes in the door.
And I believe the jury's, I don't believe, I know the jury's already heard photos as far as the exterior of the car. So I'm gonna kind of move forward till we get to the interior of the car of your actual search here at Bilbig.
Okay.
And Bilbig is Bilbig. All right, moving forward to State's Exhibit 321. What do we have here?
Again, when we're photographing cars, we kind of are, again, we're just documenting what we see. Typically what I do, I like to open the door, take a photograph of the doors, showing what's on the interior side of the door. This is the driver's area, so you see the steering wheel, you see the driver's seat, as well as the door being open.
322.
And this is just a general or an overall photograph standing at the driver's side, just looking in.
323.
This is the left rear door. Again, I'm just showing what the interior side of the door panel looks like, and then you start to see what's in the back seat.
324.
Again, this is just an overall photograph depicting the items that are in the back seat.
325.
This is on the right side of the car, again, showing the interior side of the door, of the right rear door.
326.
Again, it's a view from the other side. We take pictures from all different angles to show, because sometimes what you can see on one side of the vehicle, you can't see on the other. So when we're going around, it's just to give a better perspective and from both sides of the car.
327.
This is the right front door, same thing, just an interior photograph of the interior door panel, and then you see some of the stuff in the right front seat and the right front floorboard.
328.
It's just an overall picture depicting the things or items that are on the seat, on the right front seat and the floorboard. You also see the center console, and then you can see the driver's side.
329.
It's like more of a mid-range photograph depicting what's on the floorboard.
330.
One of the things we always do, we usually open glove boxes and center consoles. This is the glove box. This is just to show what's in the glove box.
No weapons were found when you processed this.
There were no weapons that I found, correct.
331. What do we have here?
So this is the backpack that was in the previous photograph. This is just, we took it out of the car to open it. It's just an overall picture showing that it's the backpack.
332.
I believe that's a jewelry box that was inside the backpack.
333.
We opened the jewelry box. When we're opening containers, we take photographs to show what's in there. When we opened the jewelry box, this amount of jewelry was in there.
334.
We just kind of laid everything out to get a better picture. As you could see in the previous photo, everything was kind of on top of each other. So we kind of laid everything out just to give a representation of what was found.
335.
Again, this was money that was found, just getting an overall picture to show the amount of money.
And this was all from inside that backpack?
I believe so.
336.
And that was a Texas identification card with the name Melvin Noble on it.
337.
These were pants that were found, and so there was money in the pants. So in one of the pockets, kind of pulled the money out a little bit to show which pocket it was, and then kind of snap an overall photograph kind of to document. Helps us remember where the stuff was.
338.
It's just an up-close photograph depicting that there's a large sum of paper currency.
339.
This is more or less depicting the left rear floorboard. You can see there's some paper currency that's on the floorboard, along with some other things, plastic bags, papers.
340.
That's just an up-close photograph. We're going after, documenting the money is the focus.
341.
This was more money that was found, that was laid out just to show how much money was found.
342.
Again, the interior side of the driver door. There was actually a dollar bill that appeared to us to sustain some kind of damage to it, possibly by the gunfire. And this was just a close-up of what it looked like when we took it out of the compartment.
Okay. 345.
There was also this Kidzania passport thing that, again, appeared to be damaged by gunfire. It's just documenting the damage to it.
And 346 is
This,
just a close-up.
yes.
347.
There was some $10 again in a pair of pants. This is the pocket that they were in.
348.
Just a general photograph, overall photograph of what was inside the trunk.
349.
So we had such a large sum of money. We went directly to the property room. When we got to the property room, what we have to do is it has to be counted. And one of the things that we'll lay it all out and then snap just a general overall photograph to show how much money that.
350, is this just another set of money or set of bills?
Yes,
351.
just another complete set of money,
352.
just more of the same,
353.
more, again, just laying money out and taking photographs to show what's there.
354.
It's the same thing. We lay it all out, so we accounted for all of it.
Just so we're on the same page, this isn't the same set of bills in every photo. This is different sets of bills.
Correct.
355.
Same thing. Just laying it out, depicting how much money there is. So typically what we do is we take a board shot. This is kind of, at the time, this is the board shot that I took. It has the date that we responded, the case number, the beat in the city, which is broken down into patrol beats of where the location is on there, the address, what kind of call we're working, and then it's got the complainant's name and then some other notes that I wrote.
Now, this is actually on November 11th, but under offense, what did you put?
It's marked as follow-up to a murder.
Now, in December 9th of 2020, were you asked by Homicide Detective Barnes to assist in taking some photographs of an individual by the name of Kewan White?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show the mark now as State's Exhibit 357 through 377. Do you recognize those photos? And also, are those just
Yes, these are all photos I took.
And that was December 9th of 2020?
Correct.
And that was of Kewan White?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibits 357 through 377 for all purposes.
Our only objection to these are the relevance through this witness.
Thank you.
We have to prove the identity of the individual who committed this murder.
I'm going to object to that characterization. As Mr. White sits here, he is not guilty and presumed guilty.
They have to prove it. And
Thank
so,
you. All right, defendant's objection is overruled. Case Exhibits 357 to 377.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, minute for all.
Permission to publish.
You may.
thank you.
Where were these photos taken at?
Those were taken in the homicide unit at DPD headquarters and they're located on the 5th floor at 1400 Botham Jean Boulevard.
When, just to go back a second, when you're asked to photograph anything, whether it be a car or an individual, are there certain procedures that you like to follow when you're photographing something?
Can you kind of clarify?
So like when you process a car, you photograph around the car and then to the interior, correct?
Correct.
Now, how does that apply when photographing an individual?
It's kind of the same principle. We do overalls and mid-range close-ups when needed. Typically, when we're photographing individuals, we take the first photo is usually head to toe, then an up-close shot photograph of the face, and then a lot of the times, we have them do quarter turns just to document everything, and it's just documentation. It's to document what they're wearing at the time. Other times, then sometimes depending on what we're dealing with and what a homicide detective may want, sometimes they ask us to take specific pictures of specific things. Sometimes they ask us to take specific pictures of jewels upon their request. Other times, if we're photographing people, we're there to document injuries if they have them as well.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 357, what do we have here?
So again, that's the board shot photograph. Again, it's where we are, what day, 12/9 of 2020. 1400 South Lamar is still police headquarters. It's now 1400 Botham Jean Boulevard, though. The case number that's on there, and then the officer ID, those are my initials and my badge number.
State's Exhibit number 358. What do we have here?
So this is just an overall photograph, again, showing, just depicting the individual and what they're wearing. Again, we have them turn around. Again, another overall photograph to depict what they're wearing.
And on the back, it says IG at FGC_Banzo blank. You see that?
Yeah, that's what it appears to say.
State's Exhibit 360.
So this is, again, we do, anytime we're photographing people, we do an up close shot of their face, and that's just for identification purposes.
Do you recognize this individual in the courtroom today?
I believe so.
If you could, if Ms. Hatch is in seat 1, I'm in seat 2, and so on, can you identify them by what seat and what he's wearing?
5, wearing a tan-colored turtleneck.
And the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record will reflect this fact.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, this photo again was almost 6 years ago, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 361.
If I remember, the best that I can recall, Detective Barnes was asking for pictures of or photographs of tattoos. Again, I'm just documenting the tattoos.
362.
Same thing, I'm just documenting tattoos because that's what was requested of me.
363.
Again, documenting tattoos on the arms as requested.
364.
The same thing, just documenting the tattoos.
Now, you said at the request of Detective Barnes, when crime scene goes out, and as a crime scene supervisor, do you process only things that you think are relevant, or do you also photograph and process things that are told you might be relevant?
Yes, it's things that we see, and then again, we're working with detectives. Detectives often get information, and they have specific things that they have found out through their point in the investigation, and then that's when they ask us to document different things, such as, like I said, such as jewelry, tattoos, etc.
365.
Just a close up, again, documenting tattoos on the top of the right hand.
366.
Again, just an overall documenting tattoos on the left arm. A close up of the tattoos on the left arm.
368.
Again, close up tattoos on the left arm and the left wrist.
369.
This was, again, just a tattoo that was on the right arm.
370,
Tattoos that are on the left forearm,
371,
tattoos that were on the upper body,
372,
just a close-up tattoo, pictures of the tattoos on the upper chest, body, or upper body, and then, you also see the piece of jewelry.
373,
Just a close photograph of the piece of jewelry.
373,
Again, up close photographs of tattoos.
375,
This was a photograph of a tattoo on the left leg.
374,
An overall photograph kind of depicting the tattoo, or an overall photograph depicting a tattoo on the left leg.
375,
And then that's a close-up of the tattoo on the left leg.
and then 377.
And that's a close-up of a tattoo, I believe it's on the right leg.
I'll pass it to Sharon.
Yes. Sir, you said that when you were taking pictures of the vehicle,
Mhm.
that was at Bill Big, which is the Dallas Auto Pound, is that right?
Correct.
And the Dallas Auto Pound, is that like an open facility or is it a locked facility?
That is a secure lock facility.
Okay, meaning you have to have some kind of special authorization to get in?
That is correct.
And so when you're taking pictures, are you simultaneously looking for items?
Yes and no. What we are doing first, again, when we do photo documentation, after we take photos, then we do start searching as we find things. Then we're trying to document things as we go.
Okay, and you said that you look into the glove compartment, right? Is that right?
Yes.
You always open the glove compartment is what you said?
Yes, that's the intent.
And then you always open the center console, is that right?
Correct.
And you're taking photographs of what's inside, maybe on floorboards, is that right?
Yes.
You're looking underneath mats, maybe, is that correct?
Correct.
In this case, did you do any of that?
We searched the car.
Who are the people that searched the car?
So when I went out there, I had a training time. We met two homicide detectives out there.
And who were the two homicide detectives that you met out there?
I believe it was Chris Anderson and Detective Anderson and Detective Valdez were there. And when we get there, they notify us of what they're looking for. And we are searching, looking for things that they have interest in or that they've gotten information on.
Okay, and so the four of you searched that vehicle, is that what you're testifying to?
I believe so, to the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, two homicide people and the two physical evidence section people.
Domino's new s'mores lava cakes are only $6.99 when I mix and match. Which means they're going in my cart, which also means I can stop pretending I like camping when I really just like melty marshmallows. Thanks.
I believe so, yes.
Did
That's
it
right.
appear to you that that was the first time that whoever stuff that was that, did it look like they had just placed it in the car like that day?
I can't tell you if that's how it was that day. I can only tell you that's how it was when I observed it.
Did it appear to be male items?
I believe there was mail in there.
I'm sorry, male, like a man's
Oh.
items.
Yes, I believe the clothing was, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but I remember seeing male clothing in there.
Okay, I mean, you took pictures of male clothing. I mean, it's not a trick.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so you also collected a large sum of money, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have to take it, because it's money, you have to take it immediately to your property room, is that correct?
Yes.
You also appear to have collected a jewelry box of jewelry, is that right?
Yes.
Would that be characterized as like something of value that would need to go to the property room right away to be photographed?
Yes, that went to the property room that night too.
Okay, and did you laid out all of the money to take pictures of it? And you laid out all of the jewelry to take pictures, correct?
Yes.
approximately, what was the value? Because I know you have to, just in case, right, for everybody's protection,
Right.
you do your best to kind of value the items that come to the property room, is that right?
We don't put values on them. The only thing that would have value is the amount of money that's counted. I can't put a value on what the jewelry is worth.
Do you know what kind or brands the jewelry was?
No, I don't, because I'm not an expert in jewelry.
Did you take pictures of it that would have shown if there was a brand written on there?
I don't remember taking pictures of specific brands, no.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the watch was a Cartier watch or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Okay, and so then you took photographs of all of the money.
Right.
And how much money ultimately were you able to determine was there?
So we counted a total of $17,960.
Okay, and so that was in cash,
Correct.
and that cash was from the pockets of the pants, is that correct?
Yes.
That was from the inside of the backpack, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was, I guess, some of the loose money that's kind of just strewn about the car.
Yes.
Okay. And so is that a large amount of cash, a small amount of cash?
Relatively speaking, that's a large amount of cash, yes.
Okay. Do you know, and so you just, I guess, collected and put it away?
It's collected and then it was taken to the property room. And then when we get to the property room, it's counted. And then it's inventoried, we fill out the property tag, and then it's deposited there.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, I was ahead in my mind. I was talking about once you got to the property room where you were photographing it. Okay, and so ultimately, once you have completed all of your photographs, you search the car, you haven't found anything, you take pictures of everything, your role as it related to this vehicle was over?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to ever come back into contact with this vehicle?
After processing it, I do not believe I had any contact with that vehicle or responded back out there to process that vehicle.
Do you have any information about who owned the vehicle?
I know that when we got there, a search warrant was obtained. So I can't tell you who the car was registered to, no.
Did you review the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you just don't remember off the top of your head, is what you're saying?
Well, I don't know who the car was registered to. They wrote a search warrant to search the car.
Okay.
But I don't know who the car is actually registered to.
Is there a responsibility within the police department to identify who a car belongs to so that you can then either get consent to search or present to a judge, this is the person that owns this car, we want to search it?
Crime scene unit does not do that. That is a function of the detective.
Okay, so that would be the responsibility of the detective to make a determination on who the owner of the car is, right?
Yes.
And you just go and take pictures?
Yes, we're there to assist them. We're there to document and potentially collect evidence.
Okay. And then ultimately, sometime after you take pictures of this car, you then respond to police headquarters, is that right?
Yes.
You take additional pictures, is that right?
Yes.
At this point, your role is just to respond and document, is that correct?
Correct.
It is not your job to have an opinion about what is happening, is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, you're dictated to in terms of these are the pictures we want, this is what we're looking for, and then you follow those orders.
Fair enough.
Is that right?
Fair enough, yes.
And so as it relates to taking pictures of the car and taking pictures of police headquarters, you just responded, as is your job, and took pictures.
Yes.
That's right. I forgot to ask. I don't, on the placard that was a part of your photographs at Bill Big, I didn't see a time stamp on there. What time did you go to Bill Big?
So I got the call to go to Vilbig at about 9:30 on.
I'm so sorry, 9:30 a.m. or p.m.?
It was about 9:39 p.m.
p.m.
That's when I got the notification. And then, that's when I arrived there. So I actually got there at 9:39 p.m. On November 11th. I got the call at around 9:23 on November 11th.
Okay, so is Bill Big inside or outside?
The majority of it is outside. There's a big open outside parking lot. There's also a awning, and then there's also a secured building.
Was your search inside or outside?
It was outside.
So you were taking photographs and searching this car at nighttime?
Yes.
Is it well lit?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, you can see clearly.
You can
The
see
pictures
clearly.
look very illuminated.
Correct.
Are you using like a flash or something?
To take photographs at night, yes, we do use flashes.
Okay, and are you using flashlights as you're searching for stuff?
Yes.
And so on this day, you were using flashes to take pictures and flashlights to search, is that right?
Yes.
And you would say that you did a thorough search, is that correct?
It is best I can remember when I was out there, the detectives had information that there was money that was in the car and jewelry. That was their main concern that night. We also searched through the entire car looking for various pieces of like fired bullets and gun related evidence, etc.
Okay, so you did a thorough search of the car.
I would say for the most part, yes.
Okay. And so even though you're aware that a gun was found in that car later, you didn't find it?
I did not find it, no.
Okay, and just to make sure that your testimony is clear, you're saying that you found $17,500. That's it.
It was $17,960 in cash that was found.
That's it.
The other things that were collected were
No, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm talking
a
about.
total number of what is we had found.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right, state.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Name this witness be released.
No objection from the state.
Defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Same party next one.
St. Paul's Seth Rosenberg.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Seth Rosenberg, SETHROSENBERG.
I see you're wearing a Dallas Police uniform. You work for Dallas Police?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked with them?
25 years now.
And what is your current title?
Right now, I'm a crime scene detective.
Now, we've heard that there can also be civilian people that work in crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You are a certified police officer with the Dallas Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about your certifications to be a police officer?
I was in the police academy for 9 months, then are in training for 24 weeks. Then you're on little T for 2 months, which means you're riding with a senior officer after your training. And then you're in 4 months after that, you're off probation where you're on your own. I was working patrol I was a trainer myself for 4 years. I got into crime scene 15 years ago. And with crime scene, had training for a month, had additional training for 10 weeks with an FTO myself. And then you start answering calls after that when you're on your own.
You said you've been with crime scene for 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
The jury's already heard about what you do when you go to a crime scene. So I will ask, were you working on November 16th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you asked to go to 1955 Bellgate Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what that location is?
That is the Dallas City Pound where all the vehicles get towed to.
And were you asked to take photos that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You want a minute, Coach? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 502. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a search warrant.
And you were asked to take photos of a gold Honda, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 378 through 388. These are photographs that you took, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do you think this will help the jury in seeing the photos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time State offers State's Exhibit 502 for record purposes only and 378 through 388 for all purposes.
No objection to the photographs, and then, at this time, no objection. Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. No objection to the photographs at this time, and no objection to the, 502 for record purposes at this time.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 502 is admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibit 378 through 388 are admitted for all purposes.
Detective Rosenberg, what was the point of you taking photos of the car that day?
The detectives wanted me to try to find some fired bullets or fired bullet fragments in the car door.
Were you able to find any that day?
No, ma'am.
On the screen, this is State's Exhibit 378, and this is the placard that you took before you started taking photos.
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that this is for case number 201-916-2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date was 11/16 of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 379, what do we see?
I'm getting the overall of the vehicle where we get the license plates so it will match up with the search warrant.
And they've heard from crime scene. Is this the overall photos that you take first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, 380 is just another view of the gold Honda.
Yes, ma'am.
381,
Continuing around.
382,
And finished.
383. What do we see here?
These are the fired bullets that entered the vehicle's door at this time.
384, what do we see?
That is the inside of that door that had the fired bullets in it.
385,
I took photos of just the driver's seat in the center console.
And that's how it was when you opened the car door that day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
386?
I took the door panel off the door of the driver's door,
What was the purpose for that?
trying to get inside the door to find fired bullets that may have still been left inside.
387, what do we see?
That is the panel to the driver door that I took off.
388?
That is me taking the lining on the inside of that door, moved it to look inside that door to try to find fired bullet or fired bullet fragments.
And was that the only purpose that you were out there that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you search any part of the vehicle at that point?
No, ma'am.
Pass witness.
Yes, sir. So there were no bullet fragments or fired bullets inside of the door frame, is that correct?
Correct.
There were none inside of the vehicle, like seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on the side of the seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on like the floorboard.
Not that I saw.
Okay, I mean, so much so that you like took the door off and looked inside, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you therefore know those holes that were photographed on the outside of that car by somebody other than you, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when those holes got there? Had you seen that car before the day you took pictures of it?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen it before November 11th?
No, ma'am.
But what you have are holes on the outside of the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which, based on your training and experience, means that they either went all the way through, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or they stopped once they went through.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you went there on November, was it 19th, 16th?
16th.
There was none of that.
Correct.
Okay. And you also, did you go back and research this car at any time after 11/16? Search of this car, you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
And are you aware of any of the items that were found on the third search?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then you just document this and then you're done?
Yes, ma'am.
The items and stuff that were on the driver's side seat, how did those get there?
I do not know.
Okay, are you aware that they weren't there during the first photographs?
I have no clue.
Does somebody utilize or go inside of the vehicle when it's at Bilbig?
Usually an officer will do an inventory search of a vehicle before it goes to the pound. Sometimes we tell them not to. I do not know what happened from the scene to here.
Okay. Are you aware that there were pictures taken at Bilbig when the car first arrived there on November 11th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you know all the debris and stuff that's on the seat, on the driver's side, you don't know how that got there?
No, ma'am.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you know, who assigned you to go do the second search? Which detective?
I'm not positive.
You're not sure which detective?
No, ma'am.
Did you take the warrant with?
Can I talk to you for a second? I'm Paul, a violence intervention specialist. How you feeling?
Got something I need to handle.
You know, when I got shot, I was thinking the same thing, but it's not worth it.
So what do I do now?
Let's start by you letting me know what you need. Now, getting shot is a lot to heal from, not just your body, but also your mind too. And I'm here to help you through it.
I'm listening.
The form and they send it to our office. So who's ever assigned that day for the pound, we take all the vehicles that we process and go to the pound and process the vehicles that day.
Okay, so you take the warrant and you take the request form.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on this day, you took the warrant and the request form.
Yes, ma'am.
You just don't know if it was a new warrant, is what you're saying.
That's the only time I've seen a warrant. ma'am.
Okay, and then you don't remember who had filled out the request form.
No, ma'am.
You don't know what was recovered on the third search?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Rosenberg, that wasn't only this wasn't the only involvement for this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were asked to go to 3915 Ramona Avenue,
Yes, ma'am.
and this was done on December 8th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 501. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Search warrant.
Okay, and do you know what meeting this house has in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Do you need to know in order to photograph potential evidence?
No, ma'am.
You just need to make sure that there's a search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 389 through 500. Do you recognize these photographs? And State's Exhibit 389, is this an aerial photograph of 3915 Ramona?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you
Yes.
recognize?
Yes, I recognize these photos.
And looking at Stakes Exhibit 390, this is that same placard that we are, or same type of placard that we typically see when crime scene starts their photos. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says for case number 201916-2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think these photos will help aid the jury in seeing what you collected that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographed. All right, this time state number 6 Exhibit 501 for record purposes and 390 through 500 for all purposes.
Say that again, States Exhibit, what the record purposes?
501.
Can we approach?
Yes. All right, y'all can sit down. We're back on the record, we're outside the presence of the jury, and both sides were present. So the defense has an objection to a particular exhibit.
Yes, so first, the defense filed a motion to suppress the search warrant as it relates to the digital evidence that was collected out of Ramona. We raised certain issues as it relates to attempting
to request the court to keep that evidence out because there was no effort to identify who they belong to and all of the things. So in this moment, I would re-urge that motion in its entirety as it relates to